Okay, good evening, everyone. Um, just ran into a few complications and had several calls. Um, but anyway, we're here and I'm going to try to be as quick as possible. So, welcome back, everybody. Um, Apparently, there's several individuals that are still under certain impressions. Um, there's still some misunderstandings. There's still some misgivings. Um, anyway, my purpose for coming on tonight, I wasn't going to do this, but I do want to make sure that everybody understands what it is that's going on. And 1 second. Okay. I do want to make sure that everybody understands what it is that's going on. And I want to make sure that everybody is clear on why it is that we're doing what it is that we're doing. Uh, I don't want to give away too much information, but I will go over this because there's several individuals, once again, that don't quite understand why we're doing what it is that we're doing. So, with all of that in mind, let me go over just a few documents and explain. Some of you have heard some of this already, but I'm going to go into a little bit more detail. I'm going to go into depth pertaining to these documents. And I will answer certain questions that individuals are still asking. So apparently, either they have not seen all of the videos or they don't know where to find this information. So, with that said, I'm going to cover this so that this information is readily available and you all can share it and you can pass it on. So, let's go ahead and get started. Once again, some of you might have seen some of these things already. You may have heard me talk about it already, but I'm going to go into depth to make sure that everyone watching this completely understands what it is we're looking at and why it is that we're doing what we're doing. Um, I don't, again, want to go into too much detail about what's going on right now. We know that they just concluded in New Haven, Connecticut, and we know that they're opening up Complication in New York. With that said, let's go ahead and jump on in. What we're looking at right now is a resolution. This is a resolution of the General Counsel. And let me expand this. So, what it says is resolution of the General Council of the United House of Prayer for all people of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith. Whereas the United House of Prayer for all people of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith, United House of Prayer, is a nonprofit corporation organized and existing under the laws of the District of Columbia for a perpetual term with its principal office located in the District of Columbia. Now, that's all I'm going to read for now. There will be a part two. I will be coming back to pick this resolution apart. But before we do that, I want to cover the other information that we're going to cover tonight. I want you to go ahead and take a snapshot of this, if you will, and look at it in its entirety so that you understand why I'm showing this to you. This was never meant for the members of the organization to actually see this. It was never meant for the members of the organization to look at what you all are looking at right now. And let me go to the next. Okay, this is the second page of the same resolution. Okay, this is the conclusion. So you now have both pages of this document. Notice the date at the bottom. Excuse me. August 14th, 2001. Notice the literature, the language, the specific verbiage. And again, I'm going to come back and we're going to pick this apart in a second video to this. I want to go through specific information once again to make sure that everybody understands what it is that this resolution is saying, and also understand that this was never meant for your eyes to see. Here, there are many documents that we're looking at. And there are several documents that have, because it needs a notary public to sign on that document, verifying the identity of the individuals who's named within these documents. I want you to pay close attention to who the notary public is here. Okay. If you notice at the bottom, not the top, but at the bottom, you see Sterling Green, the District of Columbia. For those of you who are not aware, Sterling Green is the same, AKA also known as Apostle Green, there in Washington, D.C., who worked closely hand in hand with the bishops of the organization. And I want to show you another. Okay, if you look at this one, same thing. Look at the notary public. This notary out of the District of Columbia is Brenda Hall. We have Sterling Green signing documents as the notary public. And here's one with Brenda Hall. Now, they're on several documents spread across quite a bit of time. I'm only going to show you these two. But the reason why I'm showing you these two is I want to build for you and your understanding the visual that we have individuals working hand in hand with the bishops, working for the bishops and Miss Madison. And while they're on the staff, without the members knowing anything about it, they're signing documents in order to allow these bishops to have things done without the knowledge of the members. And to get around having to go to a notary public outside, apparently we have staff persons within the executive staff that goes to get certified in order to become a notary public, not so that they can serve the public, but so that they can serve the bishops in our organization to have documentation stamped to verify the identity of individuals, to make sure that these documents can go through and be documented or filed or accepted without any question. Now, that may not make a whole lot of sense to you all, but anytime you have a notary public working personally for you, directly under you, and signing documents in order to get things done to verify your identity, then this is one piece of work that also goes on a pile of other pieces of work that we've been finding and uncovering that's been going on within the organization's headquarters outside of the knowledge of the members. Let me show you some more. Here, I want you to understand and pay attention to what's inside our Constitution. It says here, section 4, members of the house of prayer and the church must not resort to the civil courts before first submitting themselves to the judgments of the courts of the church. Now, we've been looking at this for years, but what you're going to learn tonight is that's illegal. We didn't know it because none of us, including myself, took the time to look at the laws within the organization and really take a deep dive into what they're saying in comparison to the laws of the land. Only when my wife found through a General Assembly of 2022 that the CEO was working with the General Assembly Secretary at the time to push things through the General Assembly to change the Constitution. She understood, called me, we got all the books to see what's really going on. That's where we started doing this, comparing things to the letter of the law. Now, what we're going to show you is several things inside of our Constitution stand out as red flags for the law of the land. And that's why we're doing what we're doing. There's things are being done right now as a result of certain things that I'm going to read to you in our Constitution. That was the first one. Here's the second one. Look under Article 6, property of the church and or organization. And look at what that says in section 1. Property purchased by any minister or other persons belonging to this organization for the purpose of assembly of a congregation of this organization shall belong to this organization, irrespective of in whose name title thereto is taken. I'm going to show you tonight that also is illegal. And I'm going to show you why. Look at section 2. Any persons or members of said congregations separating from this organization shall have no power or right to take with them any property belonging to this organization. I'm going to show you why that's there. Let's continue. Okay, you already know what the Constitution says, but I'm showing you specific parts so that I can draw your attention to the details and what the law says about those particular parts. Now, let's look at this page. I think there's 3 pages of our Constitution I want to draw your attention to. Here, under Article 12, all local rules and regulations for the government of any house of prayer or any auxiliary thereof or any offices thereof must first be submitted to and approved by the bishop. Illegal. And I'm going to show you why that's been put there. All of this is layering deceptions for us to follow. Because by doing this, all of these law books, not the Constitution, but every other law book, those of you who are not paying attention, you may not be aware that we have not just the Are You Aware, not just the auxiliary bylaws, not just the supreme laws, but we have approximately 5 other law books that the members of the House of Prayer don't know nothing about, that were written by the bishops in order to levy fines against the members to make more money. And the legal term of all of this is called extortion, but we're going to get there. Let's continue reading this for a moment. Look at Article 15, church and or organization assets at the bottom. All donors or contributors to the church are subject to the conditions imposed by the Constitution and bylaws here too. Is saying all donors, anybody giving any money, and contributors, other people contributing or donating money to the church, are subject to the conditions imposed by what we're reading in the Constitution. Okay? Now, watch how this was woven in. This is some sneaky business, how they wove this in. And bylaws here too. And accordingly, the donors and contributors relinquish all their rights, title, and interest whatsoever in money or other property contributed, so that all such property, watch this, so that all such property, it continues on the next page, and it dropped. So I don't, one second. Let me just read it to you. You saw I was a few minutes behind, again, with complications, but let me read the rest of that to you. Okay, it dropped. The point is that it's saying on that last page, anything that's being contributed or donated to the organization, and I don't want to take time to pull that page up. That's going to take me a couple of minutes. I don't want to do that. I want to get through this. We're going to have a part two. But anything contributed or donated, the Constitution says those items or those things, the donor or the contributor must understand that they will be given according to whatever's written in the Constitution. And what it's simply saying is that I get to do with it whatever I so desire. And according to the wording in the Constitution, this is what we're looking at. Right now, this page is the first page of the supreme laws of the organization. And what it says is the General Council is the highest ecclesiastical court of this organization and shall consist of the bishop, state chairman, and others who are appointed. Once again, some of y'all have heard this before. For those of you who have not, pay attention to those three words. Who are appointed, not by the people, by the bishop of the organization. The General Council is a hand-picked group of men. Look at section A. The General Council of the United House of Prayer for all people of the Church of the Rock and the Apostolic Faith is set forth to do what? Protect the work, the money, the work of this organization and its leader, the bishop, not the people. Their job is to protect the bishop. And that's why they're so devoted, because they know that he appoints and he can remove them anytime he chooses based on what's inside the Constitution. Now, it's important that you understand who the General Council is. They're not a group of men that the people put there. They're not a group of men that the General Assembly put there. They're not a group of men that a board of directors put there, because we don't have one. These are a group of men that the bishop handpicked and he put there. And their purpose for serving on the General Assembly is to do things like this: to write resolutions, to sign documents downtown, to do all kinds of things without the members' knowledge, that according to the people's understanding given to us by these false, illegal law books, and they're all illegal, including the Constitution. And I can show you that as well. And the reason why, for those of you who don't understand what I just said, that every single law book is illegal is because the members never voted on it. Not once were the members given an opportunity to come and sit down and talk about any of these rules that the bishop or the council says are violations. It is illegal to enforce a rule that you never agreed to be bound by. And no one in the organization ever voted on the Are You Aware, the Supreme Laws, the Auxiliary Bylaws, and all the other law books that you don't know about. I won't go into them tonight, but for the CDs, the DVDs, all these things pertaining to the musicians and the services being recorded. There's laws that regulate those things, but according to the books that's written in the house of prayer, they have exclusive rights to all of that material that the law of the land says they don't have a right to. But we're not going to cover that tonight. We're just going to continue moving on so that we can get to the understanding of the bottom of this resolution that the General Council signed and put in a place where it could be filed, where the uh, office of the government would look at this document and they would say that the members of the organization are in full support of what the bishop is doing based on the document that we have in our file on record, signed by a group of men who represent them, that is known within that organization as the General Council. They signed a resolution giving him the authority to do what he's doing without consent of the people, but the government does not know that. So with all of these documents on file and on record all over the place that you and I know nothing about, it's given the appearance to various government offices and regulating agencies that he can do what he's doing. And by tonight, you're going to understand that he can't do any of the things that he's doing. Let's go a little further. I don't want to show that one yet. Let me see. I left off with this one, Article 1. Yes, the General Council. Okay, so we were looking at the resolution where the General Council talks about the name of the organization and they talk about the history of the name of the organization. Now, for those of you who've taken the time already to look at that resolution to try to pick it apart and understand it, everything in it looks legit. It all looks legal. But that's the point. It is done to make it appear as if it's legitimate and as if it's legal. But the members know nothing about it. And because the members know nothing about it, this shows clearly that our General Council and the organization has been assisting the bishops and Miss Madison in fraud. Let me go a little further. Now, I want you to take a look at this. Okay. This is a property in Buffalo, New York. Now, this is what Golden Boy and Miss Mintz have been talking about. Things like this. I don't know if they've shown you this as of yet, but it's things like this that they've been talking about. Now, we understand what we're looking at here is a portfolio of real estate properties that's on record that is owned by Bishop A.D. Cunningham. This is a document. It's all digital, but it is a document showing information that's been pulled from other sources in order to give a reflection of the current holdings of Mr. A.D. Cunningham. And what it says is he owns 526 properties. He owns. His value, according to the portfolio, is $529,526,456. Now, we know that that number is fraudulent. That is not the true value of those 526 properties. And we know that because we know most of the 526 properties. And there's several of those properties that are worth more than $100 million. So if several of those properties are worth more than 100 million, then how can they total 529? That means that there's some more fraud going on because somebody is not totaling the real or the true value of some of this property. Anyway, I'm going to leave this alone. We're going to go further. Now, as before, I did the same thing with this. And once again, this is for those individuals who don't understand why we're doing what we're doing. And for those who think this is taking a long time, trust me, it is not. It is absolutely not. We've been doing what we're currently doing, and you may not understand this, for now right around 5.5 months. Meaning, individuals outside are doing some things, and it started right around 5.5 months ago. These videos started in the beginning of last year, at the end of 2024, the beginning of 25. Now, I'm going to show you. All I did was ask questions to a chatbot, artificial intelligence online. Anybody can do this. So I did this so that I can show you all what to do the same thing. If you have a question about something, go online and ask Google. Can this be possible? Is this legitimate? Is this legal? So I'm going to show you a few questions that I've asked, and I'm going to show you the response coming from AI. Can a CEO give himself absolute authority by writing it in a constitution? The answer is no. Okay. A corporate officer cannot override state and federal laws by writing a self-serving document. A self-serving document is our Constitution. Well, how is that a self-serving document, you might ask? Because it was written by, according to Mr. Bailey and Mr. Madison, it was written by Mr. Grace. He wrote the first Constitution, and he wrote it without any assistance coming from the body, the collective body, the members of the organization. He wrote it without the assistance of a board of directors. He wrote it without the assistance of what Mr. Cunningham referred to as a 3, 4, 5 member tribunal, right? Why is it important for you all to understand why Mr. Cunningham is talking about a tribunal? It's because the law says we cannot legally operate or exist without having a board of directors. But we've never had one. So when Mr. Grace wrote the Constitution and he put things in that Constitution, such as referring to himself as a CEO, the CEO's title was written by him. It was not written by the members. It was not talked about or discussed by the members. It was not voted on by the members. It's a self-serving title that was written in a document called a Constitution. Therefore, what we're looking at is a writing by a man who calls himself a CEO inside a Constitution. So this is what it's talking about in that first sentence. A corporate officer, a CEO, self-proclaimed, cannot override state and federal laws, which says that you can't do that. Well, just because he wrote it in the Constitution, you don't get to enforce it within the organization. Because outside the organization, the law says it's illegal. You can't do that. You cannot override state and federal laws, as it says here, just by writing a self-serving document. I'm the CEO. I get to do what I want. I can't be judged by anybody in here. I have the final say. Just because you write these things does not give you the authority to do it. Watch carefully. The law says every 501c3 must follow state nonprofit corporation laws. These laws require a board of directors or trustees to oversee the organization. The term itself, when you talk about a CEO, a chief executive officer, that means that the CEO works for the organization. If you work for the organization, then you're an employee. If you're an employee, then you have to have an employer. The employer is the board of directors. We don't have one. The bishop wrote laws in our Constitution that's null and void. In other words, they're illegal laws. So because they're null and void, they fall flat on their face. They could never legally be enforced. But since our members didn't know any better, they have been enforced for 107 years, of which Mr. Cunningham has given the impression that we're now celebrating 100th year convocation. We're still here. No, we're still committing unlawful acts. You're still committing criminal acts. You're still breaking the law 100 years later, only because nobody in the organization stood up and came forward. So when you see in the Constitution that the members must not resort to the courts, but rather try to resolve issues within the organization, that's an unlawful law. We're going to get there in a moment. It's coming up. What they're saying is, don't go outside, come to us. And they stand on these things and instill fear in the people so that the people think that, well, you can't go outside. You have to go inside and have it fixed there. That's because they're going to control it. They're going to snuff it out, and stomp it out so that everybody in here, either they're going to converge on you and mistreat you because now the bishop is saying that he's having a problem out of you, or if they cover it up entirely and don't bring it out into the open for the members to see, well, you get to go on your own, out and about. As long as you don't say nothing, they're not going to say anything, but nothing with your problem gets resolved because they don't try to resolve problems. Look at the next part of this. The reality: a CEO or bishop cannot declare themselves a dictator over assets. You cannot call yourself a CEO and a trustee and give yourself that authority. It doesn't work that way. You can't just write, I'm the boss, I'm this, I'm that, and there's nothing y'all can do about it, and then enforce it. Even if they write it down, state laws dictate that the board holds the ultimate legal authority, not a single individual. If a clause in the Constitution completely violates state corporate law, a court will simply declare that clause void and unenforceable. And this is what I'm saying when it comes to our Constitution. It legally cannot stand on 2 feet. It falls flat. Our Constitution does not have any power whatsoever in it that the men in the organization can enforce against the members, simply because the members have never had the opportunity to discuss it, to deliberate, to talk about it, to vote on it, and say we choose to be bound by those laws. It never happened. Mr. Grace never did it. So whether you believe, well, we do it every year. We have General Assembly every year. And yeah, we have voted on this. Just because you believe it does not make it so. The way the law is going to look at this is they're going to go back to the beginning. And they're going to find that the very first Constitution was null and void. So any amendments to the Constitution are also null and void, because when they amended, they never went to the people. They used what you and I both know is called a Constitutional Revision Committee. A Constitutional Revision Committee is also unlawful. It is illegal. The people did not choose. The evidence that we have in writing shows that the bishops chose and appointed these individuals on that committee. So, what is the trend? What's the pattern that you see being set? The bishop picks the council, the bishop picks the Constitutional Revision Committee, and they make suggestions of changes according to what he wants. And then he uses a hand picked member on the General Council and put him forward as a General Assembly secretary in order to push these fake proposals onto the floor of the General Assembly for the members to come and vote on without ever talking about it or discussing it. And the evidence shows that this has been done with every single amended constitution. So it makes it all, in the eyes of the court, null and void. It is all illegal, meaning they cannot legally enforce it. Let's look further. Does the title trustee allow him to make financial decisions without the organization's knowledge or consent? No. No. Now, I just went to comments, and apparently there's a lot of comments already. Black Diamonds, good evening, Brother Lewis and Sister Lewis and everyone. Good evening to you, Black Diamonds. Malachi Davis, good evening, everyone. Kareen, good evening. Miss Mintz is in the house. Hello, Miss Mintz. She says, hello, family. We have Miss Drusilla in the house. Hello, everyone from Jamaica. Wow, you enjoy your time. This is Granny Boo. Time Wasted says hello to everyone. The Lives of Him and Her, good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Please thumbs up, subscribe, and tap your notification bell for updates. Email we stand for right at 2024@gmail.com. We appreciate your support. Thank you, The Lives of Him and Her. Bine says, Brother Lewis, you're speaking the truth. Members never voted nor are aware of these laws. The leadership is basically running the tables on the members. That's exactly what they're doing because they've done everything outside the scope of the law. Black Diamonds, again, good evening, everyone. And apparently it went back to the top. So let me get back to the clips. Baby Blue says, hello, family. Sabrina says, hello, family. How are you both doing? Glad that you're here. And let me get back to the slide. So does the title trustee, CEO is a trustee, allow him to make financial decisions without the organization's knowledge or consent? No, he cannot. In fact, using the word trustee actually places a heavier legal burden on him, not a lighter one. Now, some of y'all might, be feeling some type of way because you're saying, well, we're talking about Mr. Cunningham. I'm not talking about Mr. Cunningham. I'm talking about anybody who sits in the seat, anybody who's underneath of these constitutions, anybody who's trying to enforce these constitutions. You are committing an illegal act, and there's consequences. And for the first time in the history of the House of Prayer, consequences are coming up. So with that in mind, let's go on. The trap of the title. In law, a trustee is a fiduciary. This means they're legally bound to act with the highest standard of honesty, loyalty, and transparency. The highest standard, not the lowest. The highest standard of honesty, loyalty, and transparency to the organization and its members. We have no transparency. We have no honesty. There's no loyalty to the members. So what this does is it sets the leadership up for consequences. We're going to come back to that. No secret decisions. No secret decisions. Um, a trustee is legally prohibited in engaging in self-dealing, making decisions that benefit themselves, or hiding financial moves. Under nonprofit law, major financial decisions like buying real estate, taking out loans, or changing executive pay require an official vote and approval by an independent board or the congregation, depending on the bylaws. A trustee cannot legally act as a lone wolf. You can't say, because I'm the trustee, I get to do anything I want, whenever I want, with whoever I want, however I want. That is not the law. A trustee is to serve the people's desire, not to go off on a limb to do anything and everything you feel like. So all these properties that was purchased from Mr. Grace's day all the way to today, all these things that money was spent on that the members knew nothing about, the members had no say so in, the members had no decision in those decisions, no choices, no options in those decisions that were being made. Watch carefully. Look at this. If he spends the organization's money without the consent of the members, is it a crime? Yes. It can be a serious crime, depending on how it's spent, what it's spent on. Well, we'll read it. When an officer is the CEO, Chief Executive Officer of the organization. When an officer spends a nonprofit's money without proper authorization and without the organization's knowledge, it is no longer a corporate dispute. It is a criminal matter. We have Mr. Cunningham and other bishops on record saying, y'all don't tell me what to do with the money. I have the final say. You don't get to say anything about the money. The law says that's illegal. You don't have that authority. You don't have the authority to even make a decision. And we heard it said, we have it on record, we don't have no tribunal. We don't have no 3-4 man board of trustees. One man. People, I'm telling you, AI is telling you, artificial intelligence is telling you that it's illegal. And anybody can do this research. And this is exactly why I'm showing you how easy this is to use the law books of the House of Prayer, to use the literature of the House of Prayer, and try for yourself. Copy it into any chat bot and ask questions about what you're copying and see if it's legitimate or if it's legal. Look at this. Depending on how the money was taken, it can be charged as embezzlement, which is legally possessing or controlling the church's money, but using it for unauthorized personal or private purposes. The members always thought that the bishop is legally possessing or controlling the money. Turns out it's not even legal for the bishop to possess or control the money of the House of Prayer. It's not legal. Let's keep going. I'm going to show you every single thing I'm saying. Embezzlement is when you are in a legal position, but you use it for unauthorized personal and private purposes. The problem in the House of Prayers, the CEO's position is not even a legitimate position because the members did not make him a CEO. He is a self proclaimed CEO. The members never voted for a chief executive officer. In this organization, the chief executive officer, they have deceived the people inside into believing that if we have a fair and just election, which we don't, but if we did, and you vote this person into the office of bishop, automatically that man becomes the chief executive officer. The law says that's not the case. In order to be a chief executive officer, you are to be hired by the people, the General Assembly or the Board of Directors, as the CEO. In order to be hired as a CEO, you must let the people know that they're choosing a chief executive officer. You cannot deceive the people into thinking that you're voting for a bishop, but what you're getting is the CEO. The law does not allow for this. Theft or larceny is when a person takes money that you had no legal right to spend. The CEO spending in the house of prayer, every time they spend, it is an unlawful act because the title is an unlawful title. To be called a trustee is a make believe title in our organization. And the reason why, pay very close attention. The reason why to call the bishop the trustee is because the members of the organization never consented. We never sat down and voted. We never discussed, nor did we authorize or approve the organization setting up a trust. So, since there's no trust, how can you have a trustee? If the organization collectively as a whole is not aware anywhere at all whatsoever of a trust where we officially on record took all the assets of the House of Prayer organization and put it inside of a trust and then had a meeting to make the CEO the trustee of that trust. If that never happened, and if there's no trust that the members know anything about, then the title of trustee is also null and void. There is no real authority that's given to the CEO. Now, while I'm saying all these things, I'm going to challenge every member who watches this video to call me out on it. Tell me if I'm wrong. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you court documentation where the courts told the bishops that you have no authority to do what you're doing. I'm going to show you where the court actually said it. But these things, they're not letting the members know anything about. Okay? Now, look at the last one, misapplication of fiduciary property, a specific criminal charge in many states for when a trustee or officer handles corporate money in a way that they know violates the law or their fiduciary duty. And when you're doing anything unlawfully with the money, even when it's being spent without the members' consent or their knowledge or their approval. Well, that's a misapplication of fiduciary property. And by doing all of these things, it constitutes what we call fraud. Now, let's go further. Look here. Have the members been defrauded? If so, how? Yes, the organization and its members have been defrauded. Corporate and criminal fraud occurs when someone uses deception to trick others out of money or property. And within our Constitution, you have woven within their specific language that tricks the people in this organization to relinquish their property over to the CEO to take it and say, as trustee, I'm now over, excuse me, I'm now over this property. I get to decide what happens to it. Now, this here, corporate and criminal fraud occurs when someone uses deception to trick others out of money or property. Here's how the fraud is committed in this specific scenario. Fraud by concealment. By hiding financial decisions and spending money without the organization knowing, the CEO is actively concealing material facts from the stakeholders, the board, which there is none, the donors and members, who have a legal right to know where the money is going. They have a legal right to know where the money is going. Now, again, since we don't have a board, you all need to understand that the general counsel is acting as a board. And when they sign that document, that resolution, that's what a board does. A board has the authority to do that. They don't have the authority to do that, which is why the decisions being made by the bishops are null and void. They're all illegal. They're all unlawful. And I'm telling you all, what's going to happen is that these things will be overturned. And you all might be wondering, why am I sharing this information tonight? There's a reason. Uh, again, I need everybody to understand what's going on right underneath your noses. And for those members who are still traveling right now, he's taking more advantage of you than the individuals who are no longer a part of what's going on, because people are now standing back watching and they see the gig, and the jig is up. So fraud by concealment is when you hide things from the people who's supposed to be in the know. Misrepresentation of authority. The CEO is falsely representing to the banks, to vendors, or the congregation that he has the legal power to spend this money alone, using a legally invalid constitution as his proof. Now, I'm going to show you another document where there's a court proceeding where he did this. And they quote the portion of the Constitution for the courts. That's misrepresentation of authority. You're showing the court that, well, our Constitution says this. He has the right to do this. He has the authority to do this. It says that his decision's final. He has control over all the assets as the trustee. Yes, the Constitution says it. Yes, it does. The problem is the Constitution is null and void, because the Constitution has things written inside that are illegal. They go against the laws of the land. The laws of the land does not give you the authority to do what you're doing just because you wrote it inside of something you call a constitution. That's a misrepresentation of authority. The breach of a charitable trust. Donors will give money to a 501c3 under the legal promise that it will be used for religious or charitable purposes. Like the purpose of the organization is to establish, erect, and maintain houses of prayers where all people may come together and worship, regardless of um, denomination, race, or creed. Now, to say that the money all the time is being used for the spreading of the gospel or for the building of the kingdom, right? That all sounds good, but the law says no, no. This money is being spent on apartments, on retail shopping centers, on um, luxury cars, on motor coaches to advertise your name. Is being spent on hotels and gas stations and apartment buildings and complexes and individual homes. Where is it that you are erecting and maintaining? Especially if you have a birthday program where you said this is something where the people are going to be able to raise money to take care of their expenses. Well, the expenses are supposed to be taken care of when you said maintain them. So you're supposed to be taking care of all of those expenses, not the members in that congregation, not the pastors of the congregation, the headquarters. So that too is a breach of the charitable trust. If the CEO secretly redirects that money for unauthorized use, he's broken that legal promise. And I'm telling you all that this is not good. What's the summary? Writing a title into a document does not make someone above the law. If a CEO or bishop is secretly spending church money without board votes or member knowledge, they're violating state corporate law, they're violating IRS 501c3 rules, and they're committing potential financial crimes. Every time a bishop in this organization spends one dime without the people giving approval. People, this is why we're doing what we're doing, because it's all been off from the beginning. If he purchases, sells, or make any modification to any of the organization's properties, is that considered illegal? If so, how? Answer, yes. If a CEO buys, sells, or make major modifications to an organization's real estate without board authorization, it is strictly illegal and constitutes a major corporate and real estate violation. Under corporate law, a CEO is merely an agent of the corporation. They do not personally own the church's buildings or land, even if they gave themselves a title like trustee or wrote absolute power into a self made constitution. And the fact that Mr. Grace wrote the Constitution himself means that he wrote a self made Constitution to serve himself. And all these bishops have jumped in line to use the Constitution to do the same thing, serve themselves out of this organization. Such actions break the law in several ways across civil, criminal, and real estate sectors. When I tell you all that there is a litany of charges coming, there's a friend of mine who says, if I tell you that a mosquito can tow a tractor trailer, hitch him up. I never heard that before. If I tell you a mosquito can tow a tractor trailer, hitch him up. And what they meant is if I'm telling you, I can show you. Selling property without authorization. Selling a piece of real estate requires corporate capacity. So you all now know that Charlotte number 2 has been up for sale. Okay. This is not a trick that anybody put together, digital imagery to try to make something up. This is real. Charlotte number 2 was up for sale, and the members knew nothing about it. Okay. That's a crime. you can't you can't do that. Selling a piece of real estate requires corporate capacity. A CEO who signs a deed to sell a church building without a formal documented board vote is acting completely outside their legal power. Now, I'm going to tell you how they've been getting away with these things. That first frame where you saw the uh, where you saw the uh, the resolution. When you saw the resolution, it showed that the general counsel is working as a board of directors, but that is also illegal. There's nothing they can do about it because we have all these records showing a bunch of things that they've done, along with a bunch of things that the executive staff has been doing, that the bishops have been doing, that the General Assembly secretaries have been doing, that members, we're simply trying to get you to understand that right in front of our noses, under our noses rather, all kinds of things have been taking place because they've been filing paperwork all around the country to get things done without our knowledge, but worse for them, without our approval or our consent. Look at this. Why is it illegal? It is a breach of fiduciary duty of loyalty, and it constitutes corporate misappropriation. That's something that you have to understand is big in the eyes of the law. Corporate misappropriation is not just I spent $15 on something that you didn't want me to buy. Corporate misappropriation is a big deal. The real estate consequence, the sale itself of that property, if they had sold that property, number 2, the sale itself is voidable or legally invalid because a title insurance company and the local registry of deeds require proof of a board resolution to transfer corporate property. Do y'all see this? The sale itself is voidable or legally invalid. But look, because a title insurance company and the local registry of deeds require proof of a board resolution to transfer corporate property, the CEO would have to lie or provide fake corporate documents to push the sale through. So, what fake corporate document would the CEO have available to him in order to push a sale of a property through, to ensure, to make certain that the sale goes through and that I get paid? All you got to do is get the General Assembly or the General Counsel to sign a resolution. And that's exactly what we're looking at in the first frame. That's the purpose of that resolution. I haven't read it yet, but when we go back, after going through all of this information, you all are going to understand in detail what that resolution did and why it is so astronomically monumentally a problem for the members of the organization. You're seeing it here. The real estate consequence, they would have to lie or provide a fake corporate document. That's the general counsel's resolution that you saw. The criminal aspect, if the CEO keeps the proceeds of the sale or moves, if the CEO keeps the money or if they move money into an unauthorized account, then it becomes embezzlement and grand larceny. It becomes a bigger problem, right? So now, people, I'm laughing not because of the situation, but because for so long we didn't know all these things was going on right underneath of our nose. Look at this. Purchasing property without authorization. Okay? A CEO cannot secretly use a 501c3's money to buy land or buildings without the board approving the contract and the debt. How many times have the members read inside? This is so bad. How many times have the members read inside of the what's it called? The truth and facts, the list of properties that were purchased by this bishop, this bishop, this bishop, building apartments over here, condominiums over here, single individual homes over here. Now we have housing developments where the homes are now for sale. They're not even going to lease them. They're not going to rent them. They're going to sell them. How are you building homes to be sold without the members of the organization knowing that we're in the real estate business? That we're buying property to lease and make all this money off of condominiums, apartments, and retail centers, shopping centers. And now we're building individual family homes, not to be rented, but for sale. Who's making these decisions? Well, Mr. Cunningham told us a few weeks ago, I make the decisions. Not no 3 or 4 people in no tribunal. I make the decisions. I'm the steward. Now, are y'all understanding? All of this has been illegal from Mr. Grace's day, but nobody understood it because we didn't look at the letter of these fraudulent law books that we call Constitution, Are You Aware, Supreme Laws, Auxiliary Bylaws. And now you have individuals fining from the council people $1,000, $2,000, $10,000. Somebody was fined $16,000. That's called extortion. People being threatened to be put out of their apartments when the leadership of this organization has been breaking laws for now 107 years. Criminal activity all over the country. You are extorting the members. You're exploiting the people, even to use the children. I told you to fan him, his wife, and Mrs. Madison, just to fan them. That is a federal offense. It's a felony. And all this money that they're taking, whether it's house offering, whether it's G-Class, whether it's love gift, whether it's in the kitchen for sales, anything at all whatsoever, the Grace Aid, the scholarship, scholastic achievements, I don't care what it is, assessments, state assessments, chairman's travel, every dime that they're taking in here is being used unlawfully because you have one person who gave themselves authority to oversee everything without nobody verifying it, without anybody confirming it, without anybody checking to make sure that all of this is legitimate. And this is why every nonprofit is supposed to have a checks and balance system so that we can make sure that our leaders are in alignment with the laws of the land. Purchasing property without authorization. They can't do it without the board approval. And why is this illegal? This is a direct misapplication of corporate funds. The corporate consequence: the board of directors can sue the CEO personally. The board of directors can sue the CEO personally to recover the spent money. Now, how much money has been spent? What we know of has been nearly $1 billion just in acquiring and purchasing property, whether it's the property in DC that was just bought, whether it's the property in Buffalo, whether it's the property in Greenville, South Carolina, whether it's the property Greensboro, North Carolina that was just built. You have Bailey Village, you have Madison Square, you have, listen, people, every time a decision has been made by this CEO and past CEOs, every single decision has been unlawfully made. It was illegal. This is why we're doing what we're doing. Our organization is in such a mess. It is screaming out loud to be fixed, while the leadership is running for their lives, trying to make you all believe that everything is fine, everything is legitimate. Just keep coming, keep paying tithes, praise, worship, sacrifice. They don't have a choice. They can't pull back now. It's too late. You've lied so convincingly that now you can't come forward and confess to the people we messed up. So you have to continue going in that same course of action because you can't undo this mess behind you. It's too much to clean up. It is a huge pile of criminal acts that our members were deceived into not knowing anything about. Why? Because it was all kept from our knowledge. It was, the legal term, concealed. It was tucked away. And the leaders, the bishops, used the general counsel to do it. They used the staff at headquarters to do it. They used these managers to do it. And they were all working in order to keep the members outside of the loop. The corporate consequence: the board of directors can sue the CEO personally to recover the spent money. If the CEO buys property in their own name using church funds, it is a strict violation of IRS rules against private endowment and can result in the immediate loss of the church's tax-exempt status. Many of you don't understand what that means. That is a very big problem for our organization. It is an extremely huge problem for our organization. Can it be fixed? Yes. But right now, since it is not yet fixed, it's still a problem because it's still lying out there, unchecked, undealt with. So this is why We all need to come together so that we can understand what all this information is about. Making major modifications to property. Um, I just saw. Um, 1 second, everyone. 1 second.
Sorry, I was just talking to the commenter. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no, 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 you're good. I'm just making sure that I didn't miss anything.
Okay,
Um,
solid.
okay. Thank you, sir.
No problem. I'm gonna put that email on the screen. Someone's asking about remote jobs, so I'll just put the email up. Email that email address, and then we'll reply with something for you about the remote jobs that you're looking for. I just wanted to make sure I addressed that. Sorry.
All right, that'll work. Um, so, making major modifications to property to add, to change, to fix, to tear down, any modification to any property of value. While the CEO handles day to day operations like fixing a broken window, which our CEO does not handle day to day operations, I've been asking for a while for anyone to answer the question, what are the responsibilities of the bishop to the organization? What service does the bishop provide to the organization? Now, I heard one of the councilmen, one of the chairmen, they explained to a news network, well, the bishop's job is to travel around the organization, check on the congregations. that's that's not a job. That's called a money grab. As he travels around the organization, all he does is take money. There's nothing at all whatsoever that anybody can bring forward as evidence to show that these bishops have done anything whatsoever on behalf of the members of the organization. There's no responsibility that they have kept to this organization. Everything has been to take. So, while the CEO handles day to day operations like fixing a broken window, he's not fixing anything. We have things all around the organization that's broken that the members are being told, y'all need to raise the money, right? Um, so they're not fixing anything. They cannot legally make structural modifications, major renovations, or change the zoning of an organization's property without board approval. No matter what you do, no matter when you're going to do it, no matter how big or how small, you have to have approval from the board. It cannot be done without it. If you spend 10 cents, you just broke the law. Problem is, we know that he's been spending hundreds of millions of dollars. That's just what we know about. We know it's been billions being spent without our knowledge. This is a problem. Why is it illegal? It is an unauthorized waste of corporate assets. The money in the organization, you've heard me say before, does not belong to the bishop to do with whatever he wants. The money in the organization belongs to uh, the public. As a nonprofit, it belongs to the public. That's why nobody within a nonprofit can use the money for personal gain. That's why agencies all around the country will investigate the spending of this money because it's not your money. But the bishops and Miss Madison have been treating the bank accounts that hold the finances of the organization as if it's their own personal checking account. The financial consequence: if the CEO hires contractors and signs construction loans using the church's name without a board vote, the CEO can be held personally liable for the debt. That means he got to come out of his pocket. The board can force the CEO to reimburse the organization out of their own pocket for any unauthorized money spent on renovations. Anytime you do anything without the people's consent and their approval, it's like going into all of you that have bank accounts. It is the same as if Mr. Cunningham, by using the general counsel to sign a document to give to your bank and say, this is the authority that's been given to this man to go into Mr. Lewis's bank accounts to withdraw whatever he needs to withdraw to take care of these specific needs. This is the document that Mr. Lewis agreed to give him that authority. And we, the general counsel, we wrote up a resolution to show, as Mr. Lewis's representatives, that he does have the authority to do that. That's what's being done to all of our individual accounts. The problem is, it's not our personal account. It's the money that we have put in to the accounts of the House of Prayer for 107 years. This here can they do these things legally if they have given themselves the title of sole trustee? Does that make a difference, or is it still illegal? No. Giving themselves the title of sole trustee does not make these actions legal. It is still strictly illegal. The law looks at the reality of how a 501c3 must operate, not the self-made titles a leader writes down to bypass the system. Inventing a title like sole trustee to hide transactions and spend money secretly or sell property without oversight is completely invalid. Here's exactly why that title makes no difference in how the law looks at it. This is why it makes no difference whatsoever just because you call yourself the sole trustee. You cannot use a title to bypass state corporation law. Every 501c3 church or organization must be incorporated under a specific state's nonprofit laws. Now, whenever y'all see us showing you documents that's been filed over here, documents over there, documents over here, documents over, y'all don't see the pastors and the chairmans coming before the members showing y'all this paperwork, saying this is what we're doing, and this is where it's going, and this is where it's going to be filed, so that it gives Mr. Cunningham or Bailey or Madison or McCullough or Grace, it gives Mr. CEO the authority that they need to do all these things. Y'all don't see that. They're not bringing this paperwork to the members. They're not showing us anything. They're quiet. And they're quiet because they know that everything they're doing, the members don't know. So behind the backs of the members, why are we doing this? while we're singing, while you're enjoying, while you're celebrating 100 years, 100 years. They're in the back signing documents to take all that money that you're raising and putting in, to take it to use to buy buildings and land and establish businesses where they create more income streams. And these businesses and these apartments and these condominiums and these home sales from these individual houses being built, all that money is going into the organization to help who? How many of you all have benefited? This is why I talk about the furlough. Because at the time when the people needed help the most, natural disaster, people getting put out of their homes when they need help the most. There's been people who have been put out and evicted who may have given 10, 15, $20,000 to the organization within the last 3 months where they didn't pay their rent. But I just put $20,000 in the organization. My rent is $472. People say, well, they should have paid their rent first. Y'all know good and well the people don't say that inside the house of prayer. The pastors, the chairmen, the councilmen push, 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 and the leaders do too. There's recordings of even Mr. Cunningham saying, some of y'all been here all your lives and don't do nothing, don't give nothing, never have a dollar. How are the people supposed to feel? Now, I know some people might not like to hear this, but the truth is the truth. And the law is interested in the truth. The law is not interested in our feelings. The law doesn't care about the fact that we love our leaders. They're not going to care that people are praying for the protection of, or they're not going to care about how we complain about what should or should not be done. The law is blind. Anybody Google blind justice. You'll see a woman with a blindfold, and she has a sword in one hand and she's holding a scale in the other. So that when the scale tips to either side, guilty or innocent, if the evidence that's weighed against you is that you're guilty, then she's going to use that sword. If you're innocent, then you're not going to get the sword. You go free. Because justice is blind. It's the same as the scripture telling us that our Father has no respect of persons. We're not supposed to have respect of persons neither. It doesn't matter that it's the CEO, the bishop, that's breaking the law. We're not supposed to show favoritism. Well, he's the one breaking the law. Well, as long as he do this, then we can clean it up. But what if it's a band member who break the law? What if it's an usher who break the law? Are we going to feel the same way towards them? No. Guess what? The law does not have respect to persons. You can't use a title to bypass state corporation law. The law says state laws dictate that a nonprofit must have a board of directors, period. It must have a board of directors, trustees, or elders to govern corporate assets. I'm telling you that these bishops have been using elders to govern corporate assets. What are you talking about? The elders are the men on the general council. That's why you saw in the supreme laws, the general council is hand-picked. They are appointed. They work for the bishop to do whatever he wants them to do. And many of them are getting paid, but they're not telling you anything because they're in on the jig. So their job is to come before you to get you to give money, give money, give money, while the bishop comes around to collect. Why do y'all think every time Y'all have seen people accused of stealing or money missing. There's been times, I'm not going to say a name. I'm not going to say a name. But there's one of the bishops I know, based on the evidence and witnesses, um, $18,000 was missing. Nothing happened to them. Charges were not filed against them. Nothing. Time and time again, people steal money in this organization and nothing happens to them. Why? Because they can't file a charge against them because they know that others in here at the top are stealing left and right. When you're looking at bags of cash walking out the door after collecting throughout a 4 hour long service, money being raised on buses, this is all illegal. The reality, a CEO cannot write a clause that legally eliminates the board's power or makes themselves a legal dictator. They cannot make themselves a legal dictator. If state law requires a board vote to sell a building, then the CEO does not get to say, I'm the sole trustee. One man, one man, one man. No, no, no. You don't get to say that. You don't need to vote. You don't need 3 and 4 people. We don't need no tribunal. We never had no 4-man board. Yeah, we never had one. Never. That's how you know this is all illegal. The state law completely overrides the church's internal title. Just because you call yourself the trustee does not mean that you can make business decisions for the organization. Now, I know many of y'all are going to say Lewis is just out there. Okay. Again, this video is to try to explain to people who don't know what's going on and why we're doing what we're doing. This is not a vendetta. This is not a personal grudge. This is not anything other than the fact that we found out that laws are being broken in this organization by our leadership. And if we don't do something to fix it, either get rid of the leadership or go outside so that they can help us by getting rid of the leadership so we can fix it by cleaning it up. Those are our only two options. If they come in before we fix it, all over, game over. So I need the members to understand that this is where we are. If you are a non-member of this organization, this is why this information is important for you as well. No matter where you are on the planet, if you are in a nonprofit, you need to make sure that your officers over the organization are compliant to the laws of the land. Okay. Let's go on. A corporation soul is extremely rare and specific. We told you before, you don't have one person over a corporation. It's too much work to be done. When you have this much money that's available, stocked up, stored, you want to get away from a small handful of people so that you can create a system to have checks and balances so that you can have legitimacy, you can have transparency, you can make sure that people are in compliance with the law of the land. A corporation's soul is extremely rare and specific. There is a very rare legal concept in few states called a corporation soul, traditionally used by groups like the Catholic Church, where one archbishop legally holds the property for continuity. Very rare. When they do this, it is for a reason that is also supposed to be aligned with the law of the land. Uh, where one archbishop in a region holds the property for uh, continuity. The law says you cannot just declare yourself a corporation sole or sole trustee in a basic constitution. It does not work that way. But this is exactly what we've done in our organization. And I uh, stress the word we because we weren't included. But we keep hearing that word we over and over and over and over and over again whenever the council gets up to speak, whenever Mr. Cunningham gets up to speak, whenever Miss Madison gets up to speak. They love using that word we to give the members the impression that we're all doing this together. No, we're not. We have been excluded. We don't know that y'all breaking the law. We are not aware of the decisions that's being made. We had nothing to do with the purchase of these buildings all over the place and putting y'all's names on them. We had nothing to do with these shell companies where y'all opening up trusts all over the organization so that you can tap into those funds. We, the people, had no knowledge of it. Therefore, we, the people, had nothing to do with it. And as a result of our ignorance that you have kept this information from us, we now have what's called legal standing to be able to pull outside in to help us get rid of you so we can clean this organization up. And everything that you have done will follow. And everybody will see what happens afterwards. Meaning, people will be held accountable. The law says you can't just declare yourself something and we're going to enforce it. I have the final say. No, 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 you don't. And when the members of the House of Prayer have a problem with anybody who says, no, wait a minute, Mr. Bishop, you don't have the final say. The law says you don't. Well, the members get upset because the members don't understand the law. So I get it. I used to be in that same mindset. I was indoctrinated for over 40 years. I would defend. I got my butt kicked, publicly humiliated over and over and over again because of lies told on me. And I still would defend the bishops. But now I know the jig is up. You all been breaking laws from day one, and they are aware of it because they're using the General Counsel to file fraudulent documents, and the General Assembly Secretary also to file fraudulent documents all around the country, which equals perjury and another term called forgery. So we're not going to get into those terms. Let's finish up where we are. You can't just declare yourself a corporation sole or sole trustee in the basic constitution. It requires a specific, highly regulated legal filing with the Secretary of State when the organization is founded. In order to be a sole trustee, you have to have documentation with the state when the organization is founded. Mr. Grace did not name himself a sole trustee. Therefore, a bishop can't come walking behind him and say, I'm the sole trustee. It doesn't work that way. You can't just write things on a piece of paper and show them to the court and say, hey, I'm the president of the United States. They're going to look at you and throw you in a nut house somewhere. Not a nut house, forgive me. An institution. An institution where you're going to be evaluated. Now, there are some people that people have called a nut, a nut case, a nut job. Why? Because you're acting crazy and out of your mind, even though you're not. People who have a mental disability are not classified that way. They have a mental disability. It is a serious issue. It's a condition that they themselves cannot help. But someone who's in their right mind, acting like they're not in their right mind, those are individuals that's classified as a nut job. You're crazy. You're insane. What do you mean? To act like you are not in your right mind makes you crazy because people are going to take you and either put you in jail or they're going to put you in an institution where you can be evaluated because something is obviously wrong. And if they prove that you really don't have a mental condition, then yeah, you get to be classified as a nut job. You're out of your mind. And therefore, you get penalized because the law says that when you act that way to try to deceive other people in order to get benefits, to help yourself get money or to get property or to somehow get things from the state or things from the federal government or things from corporations that nobody knows about because you're putting on, you're going to be penalized for that. So the reality is, if your organization was incorporated as a standard nonprofit or church, corporation with members or a board, the CEO cannot suddenly grant themselves sole trustee powers later. Doing so is legally void. Your title is legally void. It's the same as putting on uh, President Reagan mask for Halloween. It does not make you President Reagan. You're still who you are, but you got on a piece of plastic on your face trying to tell everybody that you are that man. Just because you give yourself a title doesn't make you that, is what the law says. So, therefore, to act by signing legal documents and naming yourself a sole trustee, giving yourself the authority to sign off and disperse millions of dollars for this property, millions of dollars for that property, to make this decision, make that decision. All these acts will be deemed unlawful and null and void. And the biggest problem that we're having, even currently right now, is the fact that besides all of this information that we've been putting out, the men in the front has not pulled back yet to say, y'all know what? We don't have this authority. We've been taking y'all's money. We've been fining you for things that we don't have authority by the law of the land to fine you for. We've been taking and making and all year round. Y'all have no idea how much money was claimed from the money that we've been fining you all. And it's a problem because now it's coming out that we never had the authority to do it in the first place. So, what happens when you have deceived and manipulated a people into taking money from them by charging them with a violation that was illegal for you to charge against them because the law that you're using to charge them with is not even a law? How far back will that court hold you accountable? And you all wonder why these councilmen, these chairmen are worried. You wonder why Mr. Cunningham and Ms. Madison is worried. These are some very serious issues, and it's coming to a head. And you all get ready because it's not going to be much longer. So this 100-year celebration is going to turn out to be a celebration for other reasons. It's not going to be a celebration that, yeah, we're still here. No, it's going to be a celebration for different reasons. Um, The title sole if one individual has total unchecked sole control to buy and sell assets without a board, the IRS considers the organization as an autocracy. The title sole trustee actually alerts the IRS to look for private inurement using nonprofit money for private gain. Operating this way can cause the IRS to retroactively revoke the church's tax exempt status. Here we go with that again. People, I have 3 slides left. It is still fraud, embezzlement, and theft. Even if a leader truly believes their sole trustee title is real, even if they believe it, using that title, sole trustee, to secretly move money or alter property, buying property, selling property, moving money, any way, shape, or form, is still a crime. It doesn't matter that you thought you were really a sole trustee. It's still a crime. Lack of disclosure. If they hide financial moves from the congregation or the board, it is considered fraud by concealment. Unauthorized spending is when they use church monies without legitimate, legally compliant corporate authority. If the board did not tell you that they approve of that spending, you cannot authorize money to leave that account. But by having the general counsel sign this documentation, by having a general secretary sign documentation, they have said, we, the members of the organization, have given this man our approval and the consent to be able to make these business decisions and these business transactions on behalf of our organization. And that becomes another crime. That's another crime of fraud. It is deceptive. And that makes the entire general council co-conspirators to these acts. It makes the executive staff co-conspirators to these acts. I've been talking about the pastors and I've been talking about the secretaries. It makes the pastors co-conspirators to these acts because you are the ones that they're using to rally money from the people. They're using you at the bottom of the totem pole to get them people to keep giving, keep giving, keep giving. Y'all know what we got to do, members? No. The members don't have to do anything. But under your coercion, which is another legal term, the people are being coerced into giving G-class, love gift. I understand now that the bands are being told that if they don't pay tithes, they cannot play. You got to see through this. The tithing is his pocket money. Now, it might be getting divided. Miss Madison might be getting some too. Others might be getting some as well. There's no way in the world that all these people can remain loyal to this whole deceptive practice. This entire thing has just been fraud. And all these people so loyal because, well, for 100 years, nothing has happened. Lack of disclosure. If they hide financial moves from the congregation or the board, is fraud by concealment. Unauthorized spending. If they use church funds without legitimate, legally compliant corporate authority, it is embezzlement. The title sole trustee is essentially a legal illusion to this scenario. It's an illusion. It is not real. It does not grant a CEO a get out of jail free card to bypass state laws, hide financial transactions, or sell corporate real estate. The actions committed by that person remain completely illegal. Completely. Here, the resolution of the General Council of the United House of Prayer for All People. Now, I put this in there. I put this in here. This arrow, if I were to click it, it would show the entirety of the resolution of the General Council. And we're just going to touch on it, and then we'll come back in part two. So we can finish up talking about this resolution and what this General Council did when they filed this document and when they've been filing other documents. What are they doing behind the members' backs that we don't know anything about? What are the General Assembly secretaries doing? Mr. Jones today, and now Mr. Murray, Mr. Rodriguez. What are they doing? They're doing a lot that y'all know nothing about. The General Council doing a lot that y'all know nothing about. The staff doing a whole lot that y'all don't know nothing about. But we're finding out because we're finding the forms that they've been stamping and signing and filing all around the country to allow him and Miss Madison to do all kinds of things with the money all over the place, and the members know nothing about it. They just come in and sit up on the platform, and she's sitting there and just looking, just looking, just looking. His wife sits there. And she putting on that she getting caught up. She getting caught up. That's a part of the act. That's a part of the show. You have to sell the show. You have to convince the people. Okay? So these forms are all over the place with their signatures. They can't say they didn't know. That's why I showed you the Notary Public, Mr. Sterling Green, the Notary Public, Brenda Hall. I had no idea that they were notary publics. I'm not going to give you the other names. We have more notary publics up there. We have more staff members signing documents and filing them around. People, this document is a formal corporate and real estate resolution. It is a formal corporate and real estate resolution adopted on September the 1st, 1998 by the United House of Prayer for All People, a major historically significant church denomination originally founded by Bishop C.M. Grace. It starts off telling you this is a powerful document. The primary purpose of this specific document is to standardize how the church holds legal title to all of its real estate properties in North Carolina. This resolution is only about the houses of prayer property in the state of North Carolina. Why is there a resolution from the General Council that has to do with giving the control or the authority to the bishop to do whatever he wants to do with the house of prayer property in the state of North Carolina? Why is there a resolution for just North Carolina that the General Council signed? Now are y'all understanding why Charlotte number 2 is up for sale? Now do y'all understand that there's a whole lot going on that y'all don't know nothing about? We haven't even showed, listen, the idea, the tip of the iceberg. The tip of the iceberg is just the top. And yet there's more ice that you haven't even touched that's above the surface of the water. The tip of the iceberg. But if you were to turn that iceberg over, you'd find that the iceberg, you see this much above the water, the iceberg is probably this deep. because there's about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times the size of what you see on the surface. When you look at a cube of ice, how much of the ice is visible above the water versus below the water? I'm telling you, this is just the tip. There's so many things that you're finding. You all would not believe it. We cannot tell it. I can't tell it. There's things that I cannot tell it. If I told it, I would hate to see the results of our members finding out what they're doing while smiling in your faces and telling you, thank you for your love. Some of y'all, let me go ahead and read this and finish this up. The primary purpose of this specific document is to standardize how the church holds legal title to all its real estate properties in North Carolina to ensure they are controlled by the national church hierarchy rather than local congregations. The purpose of the resolution is to give control of the House of Prayer properties in the state of North Carolina to the hierarchy of the organization instead of the local congregation. This resolution gives all the property in North Carolina to the bishop for him to have say so over whatever happens to it. I'm not saying these things to upset you. I'm not saying anything to cause a reaction. I'm only telling you to make you aware so that as you become aware of what's going on, you will then stop what you're doing to show support of the leadership that has been proven with all this documentation to be completely 100% corrupt. All of the pastors, all of the councilmen, all of the staff working along with Miss Madison, and Mr. Cunningham. And they're doing things behind your back. Now, some of them don't know what's going on. A lot of the pastors at the bottom, they don't really know what's going on. But the law is going to say you get to pay the piper too, because instead of you standing up when you saw that laws are being broken, every time you went to the General Assembly, you had the opportunity to say, nope, this is not what our law says. We're supposed to be standing up just like that man did back there in 2023 when I and my wife were delegates. We both sat there and they did everything they could to not allow anything to come forward so the people wouldn't find out. They actively engaged in covering it up. Every pastor sat there with their mouth shut. The next year, later on that year, 2023 in October, when the senior minister sent out an order for every pastor to nominate new delegates because we're going to have the election to the General Assembly for a new bishop. Every pastor carried out the orders and had another house meeting to get new delegates. That was unlawful. Every pastor knew better. But they went along with the orders from the senior minister instead of standing up and saying, no, this goes against the law. When they got there to the General Assembly, they still refused to stand up and speak out on behalf of their members, to represent their members. They chose I'm going to be quiet so I can keep my title and keep my position. That's why the law is going to say you are a co-conspirator. You don't have to know everything they're doing wrong. All you need to do is not stand for right in order to be held accountable. I've been telling the secretaries around the organization, step down. I will not say it again. You're not going to hear me say it again. And many of you who don't believe that anything is coming, okay. But when these things do take place, you cannot say you have not been warned. Every pastor who has not yet stepped away even reached out to us so that you can be protected from what comes. Maybe. I'm sure there will still be some things that you're going to have to give an account for because it's been 3.5 years. And the way that people are looking at this is you're in agreement, you're aiding and abetting this criminal activity taking place by the leadership of this organization that has been conducting fraud for 107 years. It's not going to be good for you. So I think this is my last slide. Oh no, we have one more. What exactly does this document do? And we're going to come back after this with a part two because I'm going to go into complete detail and pick it apart to show you what the council did when they signed and put out that resolution. And there's been others as well. And I do have court documentation again where the the court has ruled that the bishop of the organization does not have any authority to do the things that they're doing. I have documentation that says that. So they can't say that they don't know. What exactly does this document do? In plain legal and real estate terms, this resolution does three major things. It consolidates property under the national leader. I mean, look at what this is saying. It consolidates the property of North Carolina under the CEO, the bishop. It activates a clause stating that the national bishop holds all church property as trustee. Now, do y'all see why I went that route to explain all of that so that you can understand this? This document activates a clause stating that the national bishop holds all church property as trustee. This document gives the bishop the sole legal right to rent, lease, sell, or dispose of, or keep that property. That's the first thing it does. Now, for those of you who are following along, you should right now understand that that is illegal because the general counsel does not have the right to give the authority to the bishop of the house of prayer to do whatever he wants to do with the property because the general counsel was not voted on by the people. The general counsel was not put there by the people. The general counsel was not given their authority or their powers by the people. Remember, the general counsel works for who? The bishop. They are a hand-picked group of men working on behalf of him. And what's so bad is the supreme law actually says it. So now we see that this document takes everything that we just said is illegal, and the general counsel uses this document to represent the people that says we the people give the council the authority to give the bishop the authority to do whatever he wants with the property. That's what the resolution says. And we're going to prove it in part two. It also fixes deeds and name confusion. The church had bought land in North Carolina using many different name variations over many years. Now, y'all been hearing Miss Mintz and Golden Boy talk about this subject, how they've been using different variations of the names of the organization. And they've been telling you why, because they've been up to no good. They've been using the names in different variations so that they can set up different trusts and set up different trusts by using documents where they're having the general counsel and the general assembly secretary and the staff at Portal Drive doing all kinds of things to file all kinds of documents in order to make it appear that the bishop has the authority to do all this stuff that he's doing. But what we have is a collective, a compilation of a bunch of documents that prove they've been getting over on everybody. This resolution acts as a legal bridge for county registers of deeds, declaring that all those different names belong to the same parent corporation. So why use all those different names in the first place? Because the members did not know, and it gave them the right to go into those accounts and pull money out. People has been stealing from the organization all this time, and the members knew nothing about it. Knew nothing about it. They've been telling you all these house of prayer for all people, United House of Prayer, United House of Prayer for all people, United House of Prayer for all people, Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith, House of Prayer for all people, Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith. All these are different names, name variations. House of Prayer Church, House of Prayer South, all these different variations. And this resolution, according to the General Counsel, who's in the knowledge of what they're doing because they're working for the bishop, they sign a document in order to take all those names and pull them all together underneath of one parent corporation, meaning that the bishop now, because of this resolution, he has access to every single one of those name variations. And he can go in and pull out any time he wants. Or he can take out to give to anybody in those name variations. So if there's a trustee that's affiliated with that name variation, or a trustee over here, or a trustee over here, or a trustee over here, that none of the members know anything about, well, he can take out money to pay people. Because obviously people all over the place have to be a part of this jig in order to make it work. Why do y'all think that people getting in all kinds of trouble, nothing never happens to them? They're not removed. They're not sat down. They're not taken out of their positions. They might be removed from one city and put into another city, but nothing ever happens to them. Ensures the third thing that this document does is it ensures smooth transfer to the next bishop. I'm sorry. I just got a text from someone. That was not to you specifically. It was to everybody. It was to everyone because there's a lot of others that haven't been paying attention, but it was not to you specifically. Um, you you don't have anything to worry about. Okay, uh, we know that you had nothing to do with any of this, and the person I'm talking to, they know who I'm talking to. Okay, um, but you don't have nothing to worry about. Uh, this is for everybody who does not know that I'm talking to them. I'm talking to you, right? But the one who, if you heard me, I'm not speaking about you. You're good. You're beyond good. You're fine. Um, so it's optional, um, because there's some things that we're going to be able to do that I just found out about last week. So it's taken us a little bit more time because we're still coming into some information, but um, I'll cover that later. However, all of this is coming. We're wrapping it all up. Um, so the last thing this does, um, it ensures smooth transfer to the next bishop. So instead of having to rewrite every single property, um, every single property deed whenever a bishop dies, it legally structures the title so ownership automatically flows to the next bishop after the former bishop departs. Now, that's what it does, but we know the intent behind it is to allow the general council to consistently work for the next bishop, because in order to keep their seat, they have to please that man, and they have to do what he tells them to do, and they have to do those things to maneuver the money. Okay, so this keeps the property securely under the central church's control during a leadership transition. Right, so it makes things smooth for the next one coming in. But again, everything is fraudulent. Everything in here is illegal. Listen to me, every single thing in here is illegal. I know some of you want to believe in the leaders of this organization. I know some of you wholeheartedly. He's your everything. I get it. I was there 40 plus years. My heart goes out to you. It really, really does. But you have to look at the evidence sitting in front of you. Every one of these men, they've signed documents to rip every member of this organization off. Every one of these men have signed documents along with Miss Madison to get property and to take money and to do things behind the backs of the people that y'all don't know nothing about. It didn't help the organization, it helped them. I know you don't like to hear it, but whether you hear me today or whether you hear me tomorrow, this information is going to stand because the facts are the facts. Just like, who was it? Columbo said, only the facts, ma'am. Only the facts. And that's all the court is interested in. They're not interested in our religious belief. They're not interested in what we think of these men. They're going to look at what these men have been a part of and what their signature says on documents that are lies to the states, to the regulating agencies, to these different departments of the federal government. They're going to see all these lies everywhere. And if these bishops are filing documents and signing paperwork along with the general counsel and the general assembly secretary and the executive staff working for them to put all this paperwork all over the place, how can they be what they claim when they're stealing and taking and manipulating and deceiving? So we're going to stop here. We will come back with a part two, um, and I'll title it Part Two General Counsel Resolution whenever you see it. And right now, we'll go ahead and cover the comments, um, and then we'll go from there. So, with that said, um, the boys in the hood says, "Hey, family," and yep, brother, keep saying the truth. Absolutely, absolutely. Um, Golden Boy's over in TikTok, watching from there. um, if there's any questions, I ask them for them. Okay, thank you for that. Um, Free mind. I have never taken the time to read the so-called House of Prayer Constitution. All of this sounds like a dictatorship. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Propaganda, and most of all, illegal. Okay. Um, and it is exactly that. It's predominantly all illegal. Um, it absolutely does. At Free Mind. Um, Be Mevdeman. Good evening, Pastor and Sister Lewis, and others and sisters. Hello, hello. Good evening to you. Um, Baby Blue says, teach, Brother Lewis. Teach. Even the convocation, the atonement. Jesus has fulfilled all of that. You will not find either of those two words, convocation and atonement, in the New Testament. This is 100% correct. The disciples didn't take part of a convocation. That was all Old Testament. The disciples did not go out and teach atonement. That was a part of Old Testament. So what Baby Blue is actually saying is, well, matter of fact, let me go to the next comment. They actually posted Exodus 12:16 and Leviticus 23, 3 through 4. This is all Old Testament, where you're talking about convocation and you're talking about atonement. And those things went along with the ceremonial practices of the priests as they would carry out what was necessary for the people to be forgiven for their transgressions, which was the disobedience or the breaking of the laws and the commandments, right? But when the temple was destroyed, well, we don't have to do those things today. All we have to do is believe in the Son and accept the doctrine and its teachings and walk therein. Absolutely, Baby Blue. Thank you. The lives of him and her says fraud is intentionally deceiving someone through lies or dishonest acts to gain money, property, or another benefit at the expense of another. And that's exactly what we see them doing within this organization. And there's many other things, but exactly that. To also include the things taking place with exploitation, trafficking, laundering. Okay, so we went into all of that before. Um, we're going to stay specifically on this tonight, but thank you so much, lives of him and her. Free mind, no daycares, summer camps, food banks, clothing shelters, no radio advertising or TV advertisement. What is the secret? If the house of prayer is right, why hasn't AD confessed to the world who he claims to be? These are all very valid questions, and the answers to those questions absolutely will not be given, um, because in order to answer those questions, it would expose who they are, and they're not going to come forward and expose who they are. So we are exposing who they are. But you're absolutely right, free mind, 100%. D. Roberts says, hello, everyone. Hello. So, okay, and it starts over. So I'm just scrolling down. Okay, here. B. Mevderman says, free mind. Inquiring minds would really like to know, in response to what he just said, or they just said, what's the big secret? Tell the world who you are. You're the man with the keys to heaven, right? In fact, just like the song says, everybody ought to know, but you don't see the ministers, you don't see the chairmen, you don't see the pastors, you don't see the councilmen, you don't see the General Assembly secretaries going to tell the world who he is because they themselves know that it's not true.
Can
If
I
he
add?
was, yeah,
I literally just listened to an old sermon um, from a gentleman. I think he's passed away now, but he literally said from the mountain, as we call it, or the pulpit. He said from the mountain that if you are not a member of the house of prayer, you are going to hell. He said it very blatantly, very openly. It was unmistakable. So I wanted to point that out because if this is the case, then, I want to like add further, I want to piggyback on that question. Why haven't we told the world? Why the secret? That's all I got.
exactly so. I mean, if he is what they've been saying, what I used to say he is, all the leaders, if they are that, then why are we not out there? I was out there, but I wasn't screaming to the world about the men. I would, through Bible studies, go through the word, talk about the word, and this is how I brought people in. But I did not go out telling everybody, listen, y'all need to come and see a man. I did not do what the woman of Samaria did. She did what we should be doing if we believe in the man. She went running to tell everybody not about the word. She didn't go talking about the scripture. She didn't go talking about anything other than the man. Come and see a man who told me everything I've done. If we believe that about these men, why are we not out there the way that she was out there? Why are we not out there the way the disciples were out there? Because we really don't believe it. And for these councilmen and Mr. Murray and the General Assembly Secretary, Mr. Jones, um, and these pastors, they wait for you all to come through that door so they can beg you for your money to give to that man. That's the gimmick. That's the gimmick. Um, Goldmore says his aunt was put out for $1,500, evicted. This is such a shame. Um, I bet she made G class stuff. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. They create ways to coerce and guilt the members into giving, 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 giving. But there's nothing coming from them to help anyone, let alone the people outside. I read a letter coming from one of the bishops where he says, I'm always helping people out in the world and I contribute to the Red Cross yearly. No, that's a lie. If you're not helping the people in this nonprofit, then why would you be helping anybody in some other nonprofit? You had something?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Mm, mm, mm. Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
My aunt right now is in a shelter, but I don't, like, I don't even think it matters to her that she's even there as long as she can still make G class. And in the last week, I've heard from other members that are either in a shelter or have lived in shelters, or don't have the ability to get a place of their own because of having always made sure that they were on G class. So that comes before rent, is what some of the members have shared with me. So, they can be behind on rent for G class.
Hmm.
And even another viewer, that was actually Brother Lamont Tate. His words were, "I'm robbing you at gunpoint for God." Is his mindset when he was running the streets years ago. If he was going to do that act, he is literally doing it to get into heaven. And he said, looking back, that mindset absolutely makes no sense. He said, how was I holding someone at gunpoint, taking everything from them in order to get myself into heaven? And the leaders know it and they are okay with it. That was his question posed about that. So,
Mm-mm.
yeah.
And see, these are some very heart wrenching stories to hear. In fact, for those of you who know of individuals that did go through situations like this, by all means, please email us. Let us know names, history of those individuals, and what was it that ended up putting them in that predicament if it was something pertaining to the house of prayer. Um, and we'll do something with those testimonies. It's very unfortunate. And this is why the government looks at the members as victims. We can sit back and shake our head and say, well, they knew better. They didn't, da 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 da, and nobody made them. Nobody, no, but the law of the land says, no, these are victims of psychological conditioning as well as manipulation, and they will
I'm
hold
cu-
them accountable.
I'm curious, Brother Lewis, what do you do when you've been a faithful tither? You are faithfully on G class, you get hurt on the job, you are unable to work, and you go to the church, get no assistance. You live in their apartments, but then they still evict you for being behind on rent, yet you make Daddy's Club at least one $2,000 floor every time he's in town. And they live in DC. So, um, you know, they always make it Daddy's Club by any means necessary. And it's just the mindset of the generation that my aunt comes from. They are super heavily indoctrinated, especially down here in this southern quadrant of the US. So,
Mm-mm. Um, but there are agencies where people can go to, and they can go to the authorities as well. Um,
okay.
but again, this is why I showed in our Constitution that first clip, um, where the people um, are directed to not take any cases to the outside court. And that's why it's
Mhm.
there, so that the people won't um, sound the alarm for outside to see what's going on inside. That's why that is there, to make sure people don't go to court. And they give the impression to the members of the House of Prayer. In fact, they don't just give the impression, it's written inside the Are You Aware? that people who take the house of prayer to court are considered wolves in sheep's clothing. It's actually written inside of some of their letters as well. So we have evidence to support the fact that they are intentionally psychologically conditioning members to believe that when people go to the authorities to report what these leaders have been doing to them, which is unlawful, it is illegal, and ending up taking their property, they try to weaponize the membership of the organization against them. And then they become ostracized. So this is real. And then they say, if anybody has fought the organization or the bishops in court, that they're not a qualified candidate to be nominated or elected as a delegate to the General Assembly. Well, that too is illegal. Part two, we're going to show this. And it's all being done to make the members aware of the one fact: if you take any of us outside, we will turn these people against you. Even when it comes to having a funeral in the house of prayer, they do everything they can to humiliate and embarrass even your family, simply for anybody who's bringing to the attention of the authorities what's been going on in here. It is a huge
Absolutely.
problem.
Absolutely. And I'm a witness, as a matter of fact. I'll give you a real life scenario. We were at my cousin Apostle White's mother's funeral, and Apostle Howell came in and said some very distasteful things about the Greers. And the Greers actually ran him out of the sanctuary. He went out of the side door and down the stairs and sped away, because of the things that he said. So he caused a huge disruption during Apostle White's mother's funeral. And keep in mind that Apostle White stated at his son's funeral that dad has never failed him.
Hmm.
So just, you know, little context.
Yeah, they keep pushing that narrative regarding the leader, the leader, the leader. And individuals who come around. I caution people from coming to voice concerns. I caution people from coming to display anger. I caution people from coming so that you can argue or complain. None of those things are productive. If you're going to come, let it be so that you can congregate with others in solidarity and peacefully, quietly bring to the pastors or chairmans the fact that you demand a meeting, not for questions, but so that you can vote the leadership out. That is what must take place. Now, I see the next two comments being made by the same individual. Let me read that. I'm going to come back to this. Did that answer your question, Golden Boy?
Sorry. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Um, D. Roberts says, great information, but is there a resolution near to remove Mr. Cunningham and fix all that is wrong? Um, the short answer is yes. Will we get into it? Not yet. And I'll explain in a moment. Uh, the next comment that D. Roberts made, I hear a lot about things changing in the organization, but when is the bishop going to be removed from his position? Now, let me go back to what I was saying a moment ago. There's two ways to not remove the bishop, but to remove all of them that has colluded with the bishop. They're all hand in hand co-conspirators with the conspiracy to defraud the members, the public, the government, and the IRS. Because the entire leadership, the entire governmental body of the organization has demonstrated over the last 3 years their intent to not govern lawfully or hold leadership accountable to the laws of the land or align themselves with the laws of the land, because they've demonstrated that we can truly, confidently say the things that we're saying. And you all see that even though we're saying some pretty outlandish things, not once has any of them made an effort to draw up a cease and desist order. Not once have they done anything legally to try to stop us from saying what we're saying. This billion-dollar organization, all the property and the money and the assets that we have, and this one person says, I'm the sole trustee, I'm in charge, I make all the decisions, I do anything I want with the money, y'all don't tell me. You got this entire general counsel documenting, writing paperwork, filing stuff, the General Assembly Secretary, you have the executive staff, Mrs. Madison herself, Miss, not one person, Mickey Bailey. You got lawyers, you got a judge. Nobody has done anything to legally attempt to stop us from saying what we're saying. Why? There's a commenter, Wesley Harris, who made comments saying, you all need to pay attention. I've been wondering why Mr. Lewis saying the things he's saying, and they have done nothing to stop that man. And I believe I finally know. Wesley Harris, he said in his comments, so if I'm not mistaken, he studied law, a student of law, and he said from what he knows, if they've done nothing to try to prevent us from saying what we're saying at this time, this was early part of last year, then the only reason can be because they know that I'm telling the truth. And if I'm telling the truth and they try to hit me with a cease and desist order, then I can literally say, no, I'm not going to stop. You want me to stop? Take me to court. And he said they will never take him to court because they know that all he has to do is say, I can prove what I'm saying. Just let me show you. Let me look at the books. Pull the books out. I'll back up everything I'm saying. And they know that they would have to pull out the books and it'll expose everything. Everything that's going on will be laid bare. And the court would confirm and verify all of these things that people say are accusations and allegations because I'm disgruntled. No, this has nothing to do with me being upset. I left when I was upset. I didn't want to hurt no. I left all this stuff alone. And
It'll be on the record too, by the way, just to throw that out there.
Absolutely, right? The court would find all of these things to be verified and confirmed by the records. So I've even said, I dare them to hit me with a cease and desist. I dare, take me to court. I dare them. So the point is for our members to see that they're doing nothing about what we're saying. They're not doing anything to try to stop us. Not one effort has been made. That's the evidence that everybody should see. Well, we got to be telling the truth. If we're sitting here daring them and they do nothing, come on. Now, at the same token, they're also shaking in their boots, hoping that we do nothing, they do not want us to take them to court because they know for a fact what's going to happen. So here's the thing. There's two ways to fix this. I me and my wife started the videos after writing letters because we knew that the members didn't know what we knew. That the bishop is a part of corruption with the General Assembly Secretary and the Council. So then we opened up the door, and now we have individuals who came in on the reform committee. Anybody could have jumped in. And that was a huge help. And now we've been able to get things done a little bit faster because we have assistance. So we're doing what we're doing because the members have not done anything. The members of the organization can come together and they can quietly and peacefully begin to make the pastors and the chairmen know we demand a meeting. They can write letters to headquarters demanding a meeting, a special assembly. And they can demand that meeting and say, no, we're not having a meeting so we can ask questions, so we can see what y'all got to say about it. No. They've had 3 years. And what have they demonstrated? Nothing. They're showing you that we're not going to do nothing about the current state of affairs. So it's because you're in on it. Okay. We'll have a meeting and vote all of you out. That can happen just like that. 1 or 2 weeks, even without the bishop giving permission, the members can literally quietly, peacefully demand a meeting. And if the members stood up around the organization and begin to say, we demand a meeting, then we can have a meeting and it be done just like this. Even if you don't want to do it that way, the other option is to let us know. Send us an email. I put it out there for everybody that you're done, you're sick and tired, you're beyond this. You want a meeting so that we can do this online without having to confront or deal with sitting in front of anybody. We can do that online. It's legal. But it would take the members to do it. And the members can do that in less than 2 weeks. Really, they can do it in less than 1. And it's all over, said and done. But since the members have not done that, for whatever reason, fear, intimidation, don't want to be bothered, I get it. Some still got family members, whatever the reason, whatever the excuse. Since the members have not done it, we're doing it this way. So we've made all kinds of advancements. There's one thing left. Once that one thing is done, it's all over. It is all over. And you all will understand what I mean when I say that. When this one thing is done, it's over. And that 100-year celebration will be for the people. They will yell, scream, and shout because it is done. And when the people see what's being prepared for people who are in these situations, who have been in need for the longest, when people see, you're going to get upset that you did not do this sooner. The people can come together inside, or they can email us and come together outside. The only other way to do that is what we're doing. Once we get that last thing, that's a wrap, and that'll be that. That is so soon. It's scary to think how soon that's going to. People are thinking about Memorial Day next year. Okay. Don't worry about Memorial Day next year. I won't say more than that. I know that they're listening to us, they're watching us with every single video, and this is how they're trying to figure out what we're doing. Um, with that in mind, the simple answer is the people come together, it's over. People don't come together, then you all just have to wait. They have money that we don't have. They have billions of dollars. We've not been spending any money doing what we're doing. The only money we spent was my wife who paid for video equipment. And that was, I think, maybe $130. And yet we're right at the door and they can feel it. The council can feel it. Mr. Cunningham can feel it. Miss Madison can feel it. We're right there. We're right there. So many people are saying, well, we don't need to come together because it looks like it's going to happen anyway. I can't tell you when. It's not guaranteed. Me being right there, the board committee being right there, us waiting for that one more thing can take literally this much time, or it can take that much time. And it's taking this much time so far because they're paying people. It's no big secret. They're paying people all over the place. Y'all just don't know it. And they're paying people to block what we're trying to do because they know what's coming. So that's okay. There's more than one way to skin a cat, people have said. So either the members have to wait or the members can come together. And that's how we fix it. But yes, there is a resolution, but we'll deal with that. We'll bring that forward later. And thank you for that question, by the way. Jabo says, anyone with any remote task, I'm jobless. Anybody that have anything that they can do to earn money, anyone. And we're all in this thing together. So, and that's the thing too, this is a nonprofit to help people. Ask yourself the question, who has Miss Madison, the bishops, and the council helped in the organization or outside? Who have they helped? And Little Boy says keyword is approval. And I think he's talking about where we were saying that he has to have approval before he can make decisions and spend a dime in the organization, which he has had none. Therefore, all of the decisions has been illegal. And that's why the council and the General Assembly secretary and the staff, they got to file paperwork to give the impression that these things are legal. Peace Abide says also, who is getting paid for all these real estate transactions? Who's benefiting? Another good question. And the answer, of course, is not us. We're not benefiting. They are benefiting. Mr. Cunningham is benefiting. Miss Madison is benefiting. And some of the councilmen are benefiting, on a smaller scale. But the answer is them. Grateful for it all. Says Mr. Cunningham travels from state to state to wave at the members. That's it, and that's all. Yes, to say that he is to receive a love march for being present in the services, and that love march is his compensation for his services to the organization, is a complete joke. And yes, that too is illegal. And we showed this as well in one of the past videos. We'll cover that in part 2. B. Mebdeman says at grateful for it all, and collect bags of money. That's all it's about. He waves at the people and he collects bags of money. Absolutely, B. Mebdeman. Absolutely. Golden Boy, could there be trust funds that the members know nothing about since we have a trustee? I'm just saying, absolutely there could be. And that's also what constitutes illegal acts. So even if the organization had a trust fund that the members don't know anything about, that will still be illegal because the members don't know anything about it. And therefore comes that law of concealment that we talked about earlier. He's guilty of concealing decisions being made and actions being carried out. and keeping that information from the members who has not given him the approval to do any of those things in the first place. So all of it, again, constitutes criminal activity. Uh, Grateful for it all says, yes, that's it, at B. Meverman. And the last of him and her. A CEO needs board approval for all transactions. Members should ask who approved Mr. Cunningham's actions. And absolutely, the answer is no one. And we know that because, like Liza Fim and her is saying, Mr. Cunningham has gone around saying, we don't have a board, we don't have trustees. One man, one man, one man. I'm that man.
You didn't hire me.
And yeah, you did not hire me. I'm going to be here until I'm calling home. And if you don't like it, you don't want to follow me, there's the door. This is not legal. CEOs don't act like that. That should be the evidence that anybody needs to allow you to understand that he's panicking because members have stopped giving tithes. They've stopped working G class. They've stopped traveling. They've stopped participating. They've stopped contributing. They've stopped attending all around the organization, which is good. But the way to fix this is to quietly let the chairmen know you demand a meeting. And even letting them know nothing's going to happen. They're not going to do anything. So then why would you let them know, Brother Lewis? Because the more of you let them know, the more of them understand that this is getting out of hand. And we have all these people around the organization who's saying they want a meeting. And they're going to let Mr. Cunningham know. That's if you don't write a letter. But the more people who are standing out in the open saying that I'm not with this, if people are traveling quietly saying, I'm not with this, I am against this, I don't like what's going on, then more and more people would begin to come out and stand with you. But because of fear and intimidation, people don't do that. That's fine. But write an email. People saying, well, I don't trust the email because I don't want my name to get, and that's the problem. Everybody's saying, I don't want my name, I don't want my name, I don't want my name. Okay, well, what about the people out here who's fighting? Our names have been out here for over 2 years. The committee, their names are floating out here for months. What if we just, you know what, done? I don't want my name out there neither. Then how are we going to change what needs to be changed and fix what needs to be fixed? So that's the way to go about it. The people can do it openly or you can do it quietly. But people need to get in touch with the people of the organization. The numbers that we have already, that is not to change anything openly in the organization. That number is to be used in a legalistic uh, method in a way that's going to bring change, not according to what law we have in the organization. Um, Bine says, sounds like Cunningham needs atonement to the members. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, and I think that that's what this is about, putting on a show for them. Time for accountability. End the brown bags full of money going out the back door. Yes. And it's going to be hard for them because all this change people are saying and suggesting that the changes are being made because of the platforms, right? And people, it's a valid point. But the fact of the matter is also that the people, you have to come together and stand. You can do it again openly or you can do it quietly. What real estate, Peace Abides says agents are getting paid commissions for all this sales and buying of properties. The members don't know. Absolutely. But keep in mind, everything that these leaders have used, they've used people, they've used friends, they've used insiders, right, to conduct business on their behalf, where they can pay them under the table. Not a whole lot of things are being done right out in the open. um, The things that have been done out in the open are things that they've never imagined that people would get their hands on. And that's why we have so much. But very good point, piece of bite. Golden Boy, what agent put Charlotte #2 on the market? That's a good question. And again, they have insiders. And as long as you have this much money, you can almost pay anybody to do anything. You ask them, name your price. D. Roberts says, who's to say the next group of people in office won't do the same thing? The love of money is the root of all evil. Nobody should have physical access to the money. There will be no next group um, in the office of Bishop of the House of Prayer as we know it. There will be no other group. Uh, what I'm looking at and what I see is Mr. Cunningham is the last. He's the very last. And everybody will see as things unfold. They're trying to groom Mr. Jones, but and there's been some happiness on his side and in his circles because things have been said also. But without even going there will not be another. Not the way the things I see are unfolding. Free Mind says exactly. I remember seeing that
Oh,
brown bag from the bandstand for the first time. Yeah, that brown bag is going to be there, uh, and they just can't stop it. Go ahead, Golden Boy. What were you about to say?
um, Jimmy Jones he finds all of this to be funny. He thinks this is very funny. Um, the fact that anyone would be asking him any questions. Um, he's he has danced around questions, three that I posed to him, and refused to answer them and hung up the phone. But he laughed at the idea that anyone was questioning him about anything that was going on in his district that was going against House of Prayer policy or whatever the case is.
Uh, um, like I said, it's unfortunate because these individuals who don't believe anything is coming, the unfortunate part is everything they're doing is simply making this worse for themselves. Uh, it's unfortunate that for some people, believing, seeing is believing. It would be better if people just looked at certain things around them to understand what's happening and just acknowledge and deal with it that way. But to blow it off, thinking that nothing's going to happen, okay. So, yeah, I think there's a few others that are putting on a show for the people, but there's a lot of the councilmen that people have seen and family members as well breaking down, crying, worrying, stressing, frantic, nervous, scared, and for good reason. Uh, Free Mind says the jig is up. This is absolutely true. Boy on TikTok, Luciana Turner says, I couldn't get prayer when I had a stroke because I wasn't an active G class worker. Wow. Uh, yeah. Email us your story. Please share with us your testimony. I would like to hear more about that. And we can use that as well for something. And I'll give you a little insight when I return your email. Some of you emailed me. I think the oldest emails that I've not responded to might be about 2 weeks now. Um, there's phone calls that I need to call back. There's text messages that I need to respond to. I will get back to you at my earliest. Perhaps by tomorrow afternoon, I should be able to go through them. But it won't be too much longer that you hear back from me. Um,
I unfortunately put the wrong email up for just a split second there, but just for clarity, make sure that you email him at the we stand for right 2024 at gmail.com that we just had up on the screen.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And again, we'll try to get back to you as soon as we possibly can. Uh, Ms. Corrine says, I recall pastors putting on a rally where you gave your whole paycheck to that program and told you to step out on faith. Oh my gosh. Yeah. If you can also, if you can send that to me also, either text or email, uh, I can use that too. But please, and I've been looking for Mr. Bailey at one time, on occasion, said that I don't see nothing wrong with giving him rent money. Anybody that can find that recording, please let us know. And for those of you who are worrying about anybody erasing recordings, no, a lot of people, they've downloaded it. Um, but uh, if you need that time and date, email me and I'll let you know because they don't know what date and time those comments were made. So we're talking about years, right? 17 years, 15 years worth of recordings. So don't worry about them knowing what we're looking for. Um, and Man on Mars, glad to see you're back. Thank you. Uh, I really am not. I just wanted to. There's a lot of people who still don't understand what's going on because they're literally just coming into hearing about, and we cannot assume that all the members know about this stuff. So, based on individuals that did not know why we're doing what we're doing and what this is all about, that's what this video is for. I would not have come on tonight because there's so much that uh, time would not have prevailed. But I wanted to do this so that this video can go out and allow everybody to hear and see what's been going on behind the backs of the members and why this is such an important task. Because just hearing people talk about this is the Holy Anointed Master, all that is over. People are just, they're not even listening to the recordings anymore. They just dismiss it because they know better now. And we're grateful to be able to share with people so that we can direct people's attention back to the Creator and back to our Savior. Um, so, with that in mind, um, thank you. It's good to be here. Good to see you all as well. But I don't know when next time I will be back. There's individuals that are waiting to come back on so that they can share more of their stories, and we have to coordinate that. But we're literally trying to get things done as soon as we possibly can. Lifelong says, just like the lady who stole money from the house of prayer to help her start a dress business and put the money back into the kingdom. Right. And that's not the first. There's been many, but we only see the ones who get caught, right? But what y'all don't see are the ones who's inside and they're constantly doing these things, but they don't get caught by outside. And if they do, it's nothing to, bribe people and it gets covered up, right? So there's a lot of this going on. And yes, you're absolutely right, lifelong. I appreciate that comment. Golden Boy says, Luciana Turner says, I worked with him in Philly. Let us know uh, who you mean. I worked with him in Philly. I think I understand, but let us know. Telling it as what B. Um, I don't know who B is. Uh, Free Mind at Kareem. You are telling the truth. I had a chairman tell our entire band to give our whole paycheck. Oh gosh. I will never forget that feeling I felt. This is horrible, horrible. Let us know, free mind. Email us your story, your testimony. We can use it. Man on Mars. Is it really that hard for the leader of the United House of Prayer to simply just stop the corruption and help the members who built this organization from the ground up? And the answer is yes. And the reason why it's hard for them to do that is because as soon as they come forward, they got to answer. They have to come. They have to give an account, and the law is going to be the law. They're not just going to come forward and stuff is what it is. Apologize. My bad. I'm sorry. Here, let me let y'all come in and take a tour of one of the mansions. Right. The money that these people have taken and stolen and embezzled, even money that he calls his because of the love gifts, all of that is fraudulent money. It's ill-gotten gains. It's through deceptive measures and methods that they've used to coerce people to give this money. And the money needs to continue to come in, which is why they push so hard for it, because of the laundering that they're doing with all this other money. Uh, so, yes, to answer your question, it's extremely hard because they know they're facing, accountability, which does not look pretty. Telenet says it's so much being uncovered. Why haven't the government authorities, et cetera, stepped in and dissolved the 501c3? Because of whatever reason. I'm grateful they have not come in yet. You don't want them to dissolve it. We don't want it dissolved. And this is another reason why we're doing this, because the leaders have used the members in the house of prayer to steal. But in order to use the members of the house of prayer to steal, they need the organization to stand. The organization is the 501c3 nonprofit. The house of prayer is not the organization. They've been using the name of the house of prayer to deceive the people into taking money from the organization. So we don't want the organization dissolved. We want the house of prayer leadership gone. The leaders committing crimes does not call for the organization to be shut down. The leadership committing crimes is an easy fix to get rid of the leaders and clean house and get ourselves in alignment with the law of the land. So now the organization is rid of the people that were breaking the laws in the first place, and the organization survives. Now we can go forward as an organization that's now in alignment with the law. But you don't want the organization to be dissolved. None of us should want the dissolution of the organization. I hope that made sense. And thank you for that comment, telling it. I appreciate that. Ms. Green says, my sister called Portal Drive to tell Addie our mother was sick. The person that answered the phone asked for her G class number. This is disgusting. My sister called Portal Drive to tell Addie our mother was sick. The person that answered the phone asked for her G class number. She said, it's not me, it's for my mother. The message was related to him. See, again, people, you got to understand that all of this is revolving around this. Where at in the scripture did the disciples charge people in order to heal or to pray? Where in the scripture did anybody charge for healing or prayer? I don't want to go in that direction. We'll be here longer. But thank you so much, Ms. Kareen. And can you also send me details pertaining to that too. All of this is going to help us. Golden Boy, disillusion is the last thing we want. Exactly, right? Restructure immediately. We want to restruct, rebuild. We want to tear down and clean up, right? We want to reform the organization immediately. And Golden Boy says, which bishop first called himself sole trustee? Was it McCullough? I'm not sure. It sounds like it would have been McCullough because he had a grasp and an understanding of the laws that Mr. Grace did not have. And Mr. McCullough was the one who did more to bring the organization into the forefront, using the letter of law to do so in order to paint a picture that everything is legit. So keep in mind um, that, though we're talking about individuals, the people in their close circles had nothing to do with this. And I have to keep on saying this because the people, especially family members, had nothing whatsoever to do with the decisions and the actions that these people, if they had nothing to do with it. So if we have records and evidence that family members were involved, then okay, well, things could be done about that. But I say that because for the vast majority, when looking at the past leaders, family members, um, we don't have an active group of family members that was involved in these things, and the evidence does not show that they've been involved in these things. So we want to not hold them accountable for the actions of their relative. Even today, whenever I talk about Miss Bailey, Miss Mickey Bailey, there's evidence that she's involved. So yes, we talk about what she has done because it's relevant, but nobody else in the family has done things to be a part of the illegal activities. Is my point. My heart goes out to Mr. Malachi. Um, a little bit, and there's some things that I have not looked into yet, and I hope it's not the case. But my heart goes out. Nobody wants to hear this stuff about family members, um, but it is what it is. Miss, thank you for that question, Golden Boy. Miss Corrine says, if the agencies come in and dissolve everything, we'll lose all that we sacrifice for. Exactly, right? We can fight still for it, but it's going to be so hard if that happens. Uh, and thank you, Ms. Kareem. Homeboy says, makes sense if you consider what he founded, right, in 1960. Talking about a difference between what Mr. Grace founded and what Mr. McCullough founded. Our members don't understand that all of these things are different. Each of these things around the organization is different because they set it up differently so they can tap into these resources, and it's all about the money. Um, and we'll talk about more of that next time when we come back with part two. Uh, Peace Abide says many have gotten rich off the backs of the members of the organization. It's so sad because the members keep giving. Absolutely, but it's not the same members, right? Which is the best part. Once a member comes into the knowledge of what's going on and they stop, then it's good for them. People who have stopped giving, stopped going, stopped participating, and standing on the side, they've seen their lives almost immediately turn around because now the money that they were giving, now they get to use that for themselves and their households. And it has made an tremendous impact on their quality
Oh,
of life.
oh man.
What was that?
Man, it's funny you say that because I got a testimony from a viewer
Mm-hmm.
from your platform, and they said to me, Brother Golden Boy, ever since I realized what I was doing wrong, and what I was being taught that was wrong. He said, I stopped giving the way that I was giving, and I've been putting my money where it needs to go. And he said, I look around now, and he's like, my wife is happy, my children are happy. Whatever they need, I got it, and I would not have been able to do that today or afford them the quality of living that they have today had I still been giving everything that I was giving to the house of prayer. And they say, they can imagine that they've given hundreds of thousands of dollars to this organization. And this individual and his spouse, they have children,
Mm.
So that's a testimony from one of your viewers that reached out to me about how happy they are, um, with where they are in life after having stopped uh, giving, quote, God everything, being the slogan used to manipulate us into giving this organization our last.
Unfortunately, that is and has been the case with many, many others. I'm glad to hear that testimony. I'm grateful that they shared with you and you shared with us because people need to hear it, right? People, a lot of them are still under this impression that if I stop, I'm gonna be cursed. I'm not gonna have this. My ends are not gonna meet. I'm not gonna be able to do anything. I'm not gonna do.
Yeah,
But
that's what they said. They said, I thought that if I stopped, I was going to die. He said, but Brother Golden Boy, he said, once I stopped giving, he said it was the best decision I ever made in my life. He said, I am okay. I am still alive and well. And he said, I'm in the best health I've ever been in.
immediate turnaround. Immediate turn. The scripture, the disciples were taught to help the poor, to give to the poor. They were not taught to take everything they have and give to the temple. Right? Look at what was told to that rich young ruler. Right? If you would be perfect, go and sell everything you own. And he didn't say give it to the temple. He said take everything you own and give to the poor and come and follow me. So people not understanding giving to a building with a ministry in that building, that's not the commandment. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. Well, they got to get paid. They got to do. No, that's not what the scripture teaches. It's okay to help someone who's in a ministry, but to pay for expenses and electricity and running water and utilities and the building's rent and the building's insurance, all that stuff. We have to understand that's a drain that the wicked one set up to take funds that could be going to those in need in order to provide for a building that people taking money and doing with whatever without your knowledge of. So again, it just boils down to understanding. And the more testimonies we hear like that, the more of a benefit it would be to the listeners to also consider, well, if their life turned around, well, maybe I need to consider and not just listening to the people, but look at the scripture. Because what we're doing, we're showing you from the scripture's perspective that tithing is not biblical today. Where are you going to offer burnt offerings and sacrifices? Mr. Cunningham is telling people praise, worship, and sacrifice. Well, where do you worship today? Even to use Isaiah 56 and 7, he said, even their burnt offerings and sacrifices will be accepted upon mine altar. Well, his altar was at the temple in Jerusalem. He, the creator, does not have an altar within the United House of Prayer for All People. So we shouldn't be bringing nothing there to be offered. And who's going to offer it? So when you have the understanding of scripture, then you can dispute these things that even I myself did not know for 40 years because I didn't look at it and didn't think about it because I was indoctrinated. Right. But I'm grateful today. Um, and thank you again, Peace Abide. Telling it says I understand it's the last thing we want, but what do we need to do to get our 501c3 and ethical standard? And that's what I was saying earlier. All we have to do is come together. You got to get rid of the leadership. That's all. Get rid of the leadership, bring in individuals that can consult with us, counsel us, and align us with the laws of the land. An accountant, a corporate lawyer, and help from the regulating agencies, which they are more than glad to do. Okay? So, with that in mind, that's an easy fix. But people, quite frankly, are accustomed to the house of prayer being what it is. A lot of people, they love the lifestyle, the party lifestyle. And they know that they're not going to be able to do all that stuff that they're doing right now. They're not going to be able to keep that up. So, anyway, it's coming. It's coming. D. Roberts says, so until this mess is fixed, Mr. Cunningham will continue to steal from the members. Absolutely. And so will the council and pastors and Miss Madison and the executive staff. Absolutely. Not until the mess is fixed, though. Until the members stand up together. Those are the words we're looking for. Until the members stand up together, they're going to continue doing it. Until the members stop giving anything, they're going to continue doing it. Until the members stop traveling, they're going to continue doing it. I've said over and over and over again, the musicians, they're the biggest losers in this predicament because they don't realize that the leaders are using them. Now, am I calling them a loser? No. I'm saying that they are losing more than anybody else. They're the biggest losers. What do I mean? They got to pay for their uniforms out of their pocket. If not, they got to go raise money for it. They got to pay for their transportation everywhere they go. They got to pay for their hotels everywhere they go. They got to pay for their food and lodging everywhere their hotels is lodging. Their food everywhere they go. If not on the buses, in the cars. When they ride the buses, they give them more money in love gift. When they're there, they give them more money. They lose the most, and they don't even realize it. And to do all that traveling, you got to pay the most money more than anybody else before you're invited. They're the ones losing the most money and don't realize it. They're the biggest losers in here because they're taking more money from them than anybody else. How much money are deacons putting in the house of prayer versus the bands and the choirs? How much money are the maids putting in here versus the bands and the choirs? How much money are the ushers putting in versus the bands and the choirs? Right? When y'all think about it, it doesn't even come close. So when the members get tired and come together, then this will change things. Or when we get done doing what we got to do, this one last thing. Golden Boy says, great question. We start with the 310 of you all, that what you all did, that registered as the start. Yes, that 310, that number is going to be used with what it is that we have going on that we'll bring to your attention later. But before that time, the members of the organization, again, they can come together and do this anytime. They can fix it. But it just takes the members coming together. Man over Mars, peace abide. Can you imagine how rich the members would be if they invested the same money into the S&P? Right? It's something to think about. If our members were taught about finance and logical thinking, it's something to think about. Golden Boy, yep, he does, but would be dumb considering the fact that we've alerted outside agencies. Cunningham to continue taking and taking and taking. Does he have a choice right now? His back is really against the wall. I would not want to be in his shoes. Same thing with the councilman. They're stuck. Same thing with Miss Madison. You can't step down. You can't walk away. You can't bow out. You can't come forward. You're stuck, and you got to keep going on and on and on. Because any changes now, people are going to say, well, it's because of what's going on. Free mind. This information is healing for me. Since I've departed the house of prayer, my life has been full of joy and free from indoctrination. I still love the house of prayer, but I refuse to follow false teachings and lies. Absolutely. And that is a benefit of stepping away and pausing all of the things that we're doing so that we can pay attention to what's going on. And instead of being on the field, it's better right now to be sitting on the bench or the bleachers so that you can see what's going on out there. That's the best seat right now. Telenet says they're selling off everything we have sacrificed for. Why is 310 the requirement for the government to act? It's not. 310 is a number that we wanted for a purpose that we have not shared with you all yet. But the government does not need on any number to act. All they need is to know that the things are taking place. So there's a lot of time that we spent explaining this. Um, just know that they have not come in yet for their own reasons. We don't know why. But I'm grateful that they have not come in yet because it gives us a little bit more time to do what we need to do to prevent them from coming in to dissolve the organization. Now, it's not guaranteed that they're going to come and dissolve it. They may come and work with us, but we don't know until we hear from them. B. Mebderman says at Golden Boy, tell him it's a new low. To tell someone you didn't have a G class number, you're not entitled to prayer. Well,
Yeah.
that's United House of Prayer for All People style.
Yeah.
And that is a new low.
Yeah. That was Sister Luciana Turner from TikTok. That was her comment that B. Mavderman is responding to there. So just trying to make sure I'm transferring over what comments I see from over there. So unfortunately, that's part of her testimony. Sadly.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. Um, Man on Mars, yes, I can. Free Mind at Man on Mars, I completely agree. I currently invest now, and it's the best decision of my life. I would have never thought about investing before because I was so busy giving all my money to the House of Prayer. Again, uh, Man on Mars, um, shoot us that email. Again, all of these things are beneficial for us, and you all don't know why, but I'll explain for those of you who send me your emails. I'll explain to you why I'm asking for them. Golden Boy says, shows agencies we have members willing to stand and do it according to the laws of the land if called upon. Right? He's referring to that 310 number. Um, One of the things that it does is it'll allow outside to see that everybody in here is not in support of the criminal activity. That's one of the things that that number does. Miss Corrine says, I recall a member asking a pastor for prayer, and his question to her was, when was the last time you paid pastor's offering? Uh, Bishop McCullough laughed and told that pastor he can't do that. Even to laugh is inappropriate. I mean, some things I saw I didn't agree with coming from the leaders. I was indoctrinated and I would look past the things that I saw wrong because I believed the indoctrination. And because it is rehearsed so much in your ears who these men are, you just dismiss anything that you feel that they've done wrong. And indoctrination is real. Uh, this is horrible. Uh, D. Roberts says, you say that it won't be long, Mr. Lewis, but we're now in the third week of convocation. New York, where they're planning a parade. Money is still being collected and all. Yes, I say that because we're dealing with people who have billions of dollars, and it's just me, my wife, and a handful of people on the reform committee. It's 10 of us total. Um, and we have tens of thousands of members of the organization who's not helping. So when you have a small number of people versus tens of thousands of people in a membership where the leaders have control of billions of dollars and they're paying people all over the place to not do, not do, not do, not do, then it's easy for them to continue doing what they're doing while it looks like nothing's working. But what the members don't see is they're paying people all over the place. And there's hundreds of people working with Mr. Cunningham versus our committee. Now we are making phone calls, we're doing things with research, we're doing other things. But honestly speaking, how much can we get done compared to how much can a handful of people get done compared to multimillionaires in control of billions of dollars or trillions, and they have hundreds of people, and they're paying people in different offices all over the country. So, members, for those of you who are tired of the wait, talk to the other members. Tell them it's hard for a handful of people to fight against a machine where there's tens of thousands of people sitting back, watching, and not getting involved.
Doing nothing. Nothing.
Right? It's not a slam against the members of the organization. We get it,
No, not at all.
right? We get it. But if we ask what's taking so long, well, the answer is because the members aren't doing anything.
You know what I
Since
think it might be is a little bit of you know, deer in headlights.
oh,
You know what I mean?
absolutely.
Very similar to what happened when we started. I hate to go to politics, but when we started talking about our current um, commander in chief taking over part of the media sector, our country literally looked like a deer in headlights because it was unfamiliar for us to, be in that type of situation. I don't even know if people even understand what I'm saying here, how heavy that is, but yeah, I mean, that's where we are right now in the house of prayer is we're deer standing in the middle of the road minding our business, thinking everything is okay. It's dark outside and then headlights and you look up like, what is that? And before you know it, boom. So that's a really unfortunate place to be. And so we have to kind of snap out of the trance and say, oh, something's coming. Let me get out of the way in order to, our brains are wired to preserve life. So we just have to start thinking, critical thinking is key.
uh, yeah, and that's almost the perfect analogy. Our members don't know what to do because, quite frankly, well, I mean, let's face it, we know it's fear and it's intimidation, So I'm not going to sit here
Heavy
and
on the
act like
fear,
I
heavy
don't,
on the fear.
right. We're not going to act like we don't know that the members are terrified, and rightfully so, because you have a bishop who's threatening the members of the organization. And that's exactly what he's doing. He was threatening the members.
Well,
You don't like it? There's the door, and he's yelling, "Sit down, shut up." I mean, you got General Assembly Secretary. Uh, y'all not with this? You don't want to follow the bishop, Cunningham? Then y'all see those doors with the red lights at the top, and then people applaud and clap. It is extremely intimidating for people who don't know who is out here in this big congregation that's thinking like they're thinking. So they sit frozen like the deer in headlights. Go ahead.
Also, too, I spoke to some members that have left, and they talk about what it's like being caught in a cycle after you've done what the organization says, you've cut off all of the family members that disagree with the leader or your religious practices. And so you, in turn, now become alienated. Um, and then you give God everything. But then when you need help, when something's, you're raising a flag about something like, hey, there's wrongdoing going on over here, then you're kind of like given the boot. And then when they want to go to their family, they can't, because their family, doesn't want anything to do with them because they're a House of Prayer member. Well, then they're caught in a cycle. We talked about being caught in that cycle of now you're left out in the open, essentially, with no one, no friends, no family, no church, and all you know is the house of prayer. And so then you come back to the house of prayer, but then when you get back, they're gonna make it seem like they accept you back, but they're going to only do that with the intent of beating you down further once they accept you back for having left in the first place. So every time you do that, it comes back and the mistreatment is even worse because you're, you know, yeah, it's just a
Well,
endless
what it
cycle.
boils down to is that fear that we're talking about. And you're right. Individuals who don't do anything because I'm afraid of whatever. I'm afraid of whatever. I'm afraid of whatever. I'm afraid of whatever.
Mhm.
Um, I don't want this to happen. I don't want that to happen. I don't want. At some point, it has to no longer be about me. What if I only thought about me? I wouldn't have never been doing anything. We would not be here in this place where we're finding out all these criminal acts that's taking place in this organization. And Mr. Cunningham, let's face it, the bottom line is this. Everybody, the bottom line is this. When I say it won't be long, then here's your question. Why has this issue been prolonged? Why have we not fixed it yet? Why is the house of prayer still in the situation that we're in? The answer is simple. Mr. Cunningham is fighting it. The bishop is fighting the change to make the organization right. The bishop, Miss Madison, the general counsel, and the pastors do not want to fix this organization. They want to keep it right where it is. So, what's taking so long? Because we're up against the fight. And if the people won't stand up and do anything, well, then you don't have a choice but to wait on what we're doing. What's taken us so long? Because we don't have control of this. We can't tell the state when to come in. We can't make a call and pay somebody $5 million in a hidden account for them to not take a document and do what they're supposed to instead of shredding it and throwing them in the trash and discarding it. They got all the cards, but we have our Father. So, for those who are tired of waiting, the only option you have is to get with the other members and try to rally people to stand up. What's going to happen? Nothing. Nothing. Yeah, people might get upset, they might be bothered or whatnot, but nothing. You don't want to go out there? Okay. Stay home, make phone calls, rally the people. That's your only hope. That's your only option. Other than that, then just sit back and wait and see how long it takes us.
We made mention of, even if it's only 5 members per house, that's plenty. Don't think that you have to rally 100 people. We just need, for enough of you to be willing to act, and you all can call a a special assembly,
Right? If
you
enough
know.
members of the House of Prayer stood up and start speaking out, then change is inevitable.
Absolutely.
But even then, we know that he's not just going to lay down anytime
Hmm.
he's telling you all. I mean, the fact is, they're scared. They don't want to go to prison. So
Right.
they're not going to let a bunch of poor, ignorant people mess up this
Yeah,
program that
the
they
way
got
that
going
they
on.
think about us.
Right? I mean, let's face it. Forget these people. And why are they saying that? Because they've been stealing from us. They're not just going to lay down and let you take it. They're driving eight, $900,000 vehicles. They're living in mansions 15, 20,000 square feet. They're not paying no rent. They got it made. How much money has Dolores paid for the lifestyle that she has? Everything she got for most of these years of her life have come from the members of the House of Prayer.
Mhm.
These bishops, they're not, what do they have to do? These councilmen, these chairmen, what do they have to do? They keep pushing the money because they have a life that is coming off the backs of the members of the House of Prayer. So, our people, we need to be realists. So, yeah, I'm saying what I'm saying because I know what we're doing. And yeah, I mean, we're talking about what, 3.5 years of 23, 3.5 years of my life so far. And before that, because this started with me over 20 years ago, fighting against the council and all their nonsense, stuff that y'all don't know nothing about. And I'm still here. I could easily walk away. I could be done with these people, listen, whatever. But my conscience won't let me do that, not knowing what I know.
Mhm.
So we give it our best and see what our Father does. And if He lets it be dissolved, so be it. I'm good, but I've done everything I could. If He doesn't allow it to be dissolved and we save the organization, then great. Now we get to help people, members of the House of Prayer, as well as people outside, and all the committee members that's been helping out and working with us. The members can thank them because they don't have to do what they're doing either. We're not getting paid for this. We're giving time away from our families, away from our responsibilities to do what we're doing because our heart is in this. While Mr. Cunningham is traveling around deceiving people, and the bands are traveling around because they love for people to yell about how good they sound, it just goes to show that there is no concern about what's really going on. Um, Somebody texted, it's also intimidating for Ms. Madison to ask people if you're listening to Mr. Lewis.
Oh,
She's
yes,
asking people
yes,
if you're listening to
yes.
Mr. Lewis.
Yeah. Actually, her words exactly are, um, it sounds like, to one member that I know of personally, it sounds like you got that from a Lewis platform.
Wow.
They asked her about, this particular member asked her about uh a scripture, and that's what she said. Um, and now she won't take their calls.
Oh, yeah, because they're watching as well. So this is why,
Mm-hmm.
again, I don't share information, because if they
Mm-hmm.
can piece together certain things that's going on, and they know that they,
Mm-hmm.
if we talk about, uh, I saw Cunningham at the 7-Eleven on Broadway,
Mm-hmm.
and I start talking about what he did at the 7-Eleven on Broadway. Well, he's going to know who gave that information,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if we don't talk about the fact that he was at 7-Eleven on Broadway,
Mm-hmm.
and we say that there's something that happened that y'all might want to know about, and not going to give you the details, but well, now they don't know who. So then they can't cut out anybody that they're working with, right?
Right.
So we know that they're watching, we know that they're paying attention, and they're responding to everything that we're doing. But again, to finish answering this question, we can't do this by ourselves. So for everybody waiting to see how this is going to unfold with what we're doing, we can't control anything. Mr. Cunningham, Ms. Madison, they hold all the cards. They got the money, they got the bank accounts, they have the hundreds of people working with them. They got counsel. You're talking about 80 some people. You're talking about the guards, another 100 and some people. You're talking about their staff, about 40, 50 more people. You're talking about secretaries around the organization, another 130, no, right around 214 people. The pastors, by that I mean general secretary and G class. You got pastors, 130. It's one phone call for him. Stuff gets done like that. How long does it take for us? It's not as easy. So this is why I say we know that this is our Father working. Because we can't possibly do what we're doing against that machine. It's 5.5 months though, and we got one thing left. This should have taken us at least 3 years. I am ecstatic for where we are right now. So y'all just hang in there. And if you're not going to call people and talk to people, whatnot, no problem. Just hang in there, and we'll see how much longer before what comes.
No, 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 no. But it's got to be like 10 more things you got to do, though, right? Like 10 things for real, right? Like it's not 10
Y'all
things.
do know he's being sarcastic. Y'all need to understand,
It's it's
right?
it's
Because
not 10
this is
things though.
crazy for us to be able to say we got one thing left.
So
That's
just okay, okay. I'm just
it's
making sure that I was
that's what
hearing
he's
that
saying. He's being
right.
sarcastic so they all understand.
So
Because we haven't been
one,
doing this that long.
hmm,
That's why he's saying that, to stress it so that y'all
wow.
understand.
My,
Five
my,
and a
my.
half months, and we've covered all this
Jesus.
territory in 5.5 months without a penny.
I'm telling you.
And the leaders are on the run
Hmm.
without a
Hmm.
penny.
Hmm.
So one last thing. It's all the Most High is doing. We don't get that credit. So
Hmm.
we're grateful. We're thankful. And we'll see just how much more time we're waiting. But when these things come up, y'all's phone's going to be off the hook. But thank you so very much, D. Roberts, for that question. I'm glad and grateful that you asked that. Um, Cynthia, thank you for your time and opportunity. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you on. The lives of him and her members have the right to ask questions, and leadership has the responsibility to provide honest, sincere answers. Transparency, accountability, and truth are essential for moving forward together. 100% the lives of him and her. This is what we're trying to get everybody to understand. There's nothing wrong with, and there should not be any fear attached to the notion of asking questions. If you have people that are giving you a problem because you ask a question, that in and of itself says we have a red flag here. There's an issue, right? Um, Telling it says U-Hop members are better off playing the lottery. The odds are better than them trying to win a bus raffle. Raffle still committing illegal acts. Yeah, a lot of the raffles, unfortunately, don't even go forward, and people don't even know it. People don't even know it. A lot of people buying tickets, but they never even have the raffle because they didn't raise enough money. Sometimes they don't even have the prize. They're using the money that they generated from ticket sales to buy the prize. So it's a good thing that Mr. Cunningham cut off the raffle ticket selling, but it shouldn't have never been in the first place. And the only reason why he did it is because we came out with what it is that we're doing. Um, and
It's funny you said that.
um, okay. Um, so we're grateful, um, and we're just waiting and holding on to see what he does. So they can't pay everybody. That's my motto. There's a lot of people to be paid, and you can't pay everybody. And then there's some people out there that won't take a payment. There's some people out there that will not take a payment.
Question. So I know
Uh,
you probably don't want to talk about it or go into it, but have you at least heard of what was recently said at the Charlotte Mother House by Apostle White? Just pointing
in
out that there
regards
are a
to the
lot of
applause,
changes. Huh?
in regards to the applause,
Yes.
um, yes, sir.
I'm only bringing that up because I'm just pointing out that there are a lot of changes that are coming out, and I mean, it seems like it's because the members are becoming more knowledgeable about certain things, and that they're finding out through certain platforms, i.e., Joseph the 11th Son, which launched also Golden Boy Tell 'em. So then on top of that, you have all the pressure, for instance, like from Don Lemon on CNN, in regards to the late Juliana Nzita. And so, there's a lot of heat coming towards the organization, even from outside sources. So, I mean, it seems like that would be the reason why a lot of these changes are taking place. Whether it be brother because of Brother Lewis or because of Golden Boy telling him you can eliminate us from it. Let's just talk about Juliana Nzita then. Even that, even the attention from that may warrant them wanting to say, hey, maybe you guys might want to not clap for me so much right now. Let's just say it's that. You know what I mean? But either way, there's some type of outside influence that is triggering leadership to make changes. And it's just ironic, I believe, that they're being made in the 100th year when, of all years, you would think nothing would be changing at all, especially after the current bishop having stated that he finds no fault in anything that any of the previous bishops have ever said or did. So he literally gave a stamp of approval for all of their actions. So I don't understand how that's possible to then turn around and have a state chairman say blatantly that we've been doing it so wrong for so long.
Yeah, we know that they have to save face. We know that there's some things going on that we're not aware of. Um,
Hmm.
and what Golden Boy is getting at is for the members to pay attention and to pay close attention to all the things that are happening around the organization, because they don't
Yes.
want these things to be said out loud. They try as best they can to keep it quiet. They hushed up. You know, the most recent
Yes.
departure, one of the staff members of Portal Drive, they hushed up the departure of Elder Apostle Harris, the young man who did what he did, who was a council member in the parking lot of the House of Prayer. Y'all not hearing about these things. There's been a couple of others that you're not hearing about because it's being hushed up. Apparently, number two went over to Mooresville House of Prayer today, and there was a fight that broke out. Individuals
Oh
went
wow.
outside the House of Prayer in front of the neighborhood, you know, fighting, uh, cussing, swearing, yelling, screaming. And people that are not members are watching this. Mooresville House of Prayer is in a residential district. What does that say about the organization? What does that say about the
Wow.
leaders? What does that say about,
Oh
um, the people? And they're doing
wow.
these things. Clothes were torn off or taken off. I mean,
Oh,
it's just,
jeez.
if
You know,
you paying attention
uh,
right
what?
now, things are
Listen,
just falling apart all over the place. For
listen. This hit prime
hold
example. Go ahead. I'm
on one
sorry.
second. Uh, for who was that in Charlotte? Oh, uh, for the altercation with security in Charlotte,
Oh yes, brother Troy and the pastor of
Atlanta,
Atlanta.
boat right.
Boat
For
right.
that
Yes.
situation to unfold. Now,
Hmm.
mind you, he was the head of security, but look at what happened when you
Hmm.
have dissension in the ranks. This was not his fault. I don't know all the details, but I mean, it shows you there's something seriously going on. Mr. Cunningham took him out of the position of being the head of security just because I shook his hand. I shook
Wow.
the man's hand. And a couple of weeks later, he's terminated. And he had him read his own termination coming from Mr. Cunningham in front of the organization.
Wow.
That's the mindset of this man. This the
I
chip
don't
on this
understand
man's
then.
shoulder. You all have to understand. This is where we are, and all these things going on in the organization right now. You literally see it unraveling and falling apart under this man's leadership. Go
So
ahead.
question.
Uh huh.
So this man um uh essentially removed Apostle Boatwright's ear and um that's after being fired and rehired.
Well, he
You are
wasn't
willing to
rehired.
go to these
He was
great
replaced
lengths?
by Mr. Taylor, which is again Mr.
Uh-huh.
Cunningham's godson, which is why he
Mm-hmm.
put him in 6 Street, and he lied and told
Right.
the members he prayed and prayed and prayed, and he was showing Taylor. No, he kept it. The members of the organization didn't know that Taylor was his godson, and
Mm-hmm.
to bring him there, Mr. Taylor asked him to bring his brother, and he brought him to Anacostia. But
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Boatwright, there's nothing that he did. If anything, Mr. Boatwright saved the organization that day in Greensboro
Mm-hmm.
because Mr.
Was it
Woodley,
in Greensboro or Charlotte Mother House?
well, no, in Greensboro's when I shook his hand,
Oh, I
um,
got you.
and Mr. Woodley was telling the police that they wanted to ban me from the property. And I said, no,
Oh.
please ban me from the property. Please ban. Tell Mr. Cunningham to please ban me from the property. You think this is bad, it will
Mm-mm.
get 10 times worse. Mr. Boatwright understood, and he immediately intervened, told the police, no, 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 we don't want to do that. And
There's a
he
member that's
started
banned, but I
talking.
think it might be because of their own violent actions, but I'm not sure.
Well, in his talking to the police, it resolved what was about to happen from Mr. Woodley. And without
Mm,
going into detail, Mr. Woodley don't know that we know we got him on video. Um,
mm,
with some things. But my point is that Mr. Boatwright saved the organization that day. And he really, really did help um, the appearance of Mr. Cunningham's uh, um, acquaintances by not allowing what would have taken place that day. But because of his animosity towards him, thinking that I mean, buddied up. That's the only one that I respected by calling him Elder Boatwright, because I'm not
Mm-hmm.
aware of anything that he's involved in, um,
Mm-hmm.
other than being a council member and
Right.
not standing up like none of the other pastors in General Assembly. But with
I
all this
haven't heard
stuff going
anything
on,
negative said about him that I can recall.
well,
No one's
even when I was
you know
on the sidewalk in DC and 24
mhm.
outside the General Assembly, it was him. He was the reason why I said, you know what, I'm gonna step away because of how he confronted
Oh,
it.
yes, I
Nothing but
have.
respect.
Mm,
Everybody else
zip it.
disrespect. Um, but my point is this: all of the things going on should show everybody just where the leadership is. I mean, everything's falling
Mm,
apart. It's right in front. It's falling apart. We're waiting just to pick up the pieces and clean it up. But that should tell you how much longer they have, right? Um, like I said, I don't know the details, but for security to be on edge like
mm,
that, Mr. Boatwright, I understand, is just trying to go to the restroom. But for security to be on edge, again, I don't know the details. But for members to be fighting outside Mooresville like this, for all this stuff that's going on, this is a huge problem for Mr. Cunningham. What
mm.
control is he exhibiting over the members of the organization when
Can I can I
there's
say
no
this real
control?
quick, Brother Lewis?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, I'm not gonna say what I remember about Elder Boat, right? But I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
say that if y'all want to know, it's posted in the first season somewhere over there on Golden Boy. Tell them a member account and testimony. But it is actually, unfortunately, the complete opposite of the type of character of what you speak of. So, it's many people can appear many different ways. You know, they are who they are to one and who they are to another, I'll say. But um,
Well, I was saying that in regards
I'm
to
sorry.
the mindset of the leader,
Mm-hmm.
how he does not look at the big picture. A lot of people look at
Mm-hmm.
leaves on a tree, but they don't look at the entire tree. And
Mm-hmm.
in this regard, um, many times Mr. Cunningham is looking at one little leaf instead of looking at the entire tree. Had he been looking at the tree, then he would have understood that Mr. Boatwright is an asset to his team because he sees things in a way that the others don't see things. And by that, I mean keeping things cooled off. When you don't have what's referred to as in bodyguarding or um, bouncing, right? Individuals, bouncers. When you don't have a cooler, an individual that know how to de-escalate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then things pop off quick. But a cooler is able to come into a situation, people hot headed, they can instantly bring them down. That's what I was saying about him. He's able to walk in and
Got you.
cool a situation down when others are on edge. Um, and by saying that about him, it says something about Mr. Cunningham because you fired them
Mm.
for no
Mm-hmm.
reason. And now look at what's going on. Things are falling apart. You had one person, at least one
Mm-hmm.
person
Mm-hmm.
around you who was keeping things together without falling apart,
That you could have trusted. Got you. That makes
right?
a lot of sense. Yeah.
And if you're a
Mm-hmm.
leader, you have to look at the entire picture and see, okay, I might not be able to use them there, but I can use you over here and
Mm-hmm.
hold people together. But because of the
Mm-hmm.
panicking on the leader's end and Miss Madison and the councilman and everybody's pulling their hair out. And you
Well, what
can
do you
literally
do if
feel
you're
it in the air.
what do you
Huh?
do then if your current head, if that be Jacques Taylor, if your current head prances around calling everyone the C word, the guy in the yellow suit with the big shoes at McDonald's, you know, I mean, he's a bully.
Yeah, yeah. Um, and this is again why I think things are falling apart. Um, Literally, what he said last year that's going to happen on our end, people is you can literally see it happening on his side. He said, "Don't worry about YouTube. All that stuff going to be over soon. They're going to
Mhm.
this, they're going to that. They're going to be fighting amongst themselves and tear each other apart."
I
I
I
keep
just I just
saying,
wonder.
pay attention
I
to
just
scripture. Uh-huh.
yeah, I just wonder though. I just wonder how you look on your couch now.
Yeah, yeah, it's
I'm just saying,
yeah,
looking
yeah,
pretty good to me.
yeah. And I picked
Won't
up
he
on
do
that.
it?
Yeah,
Won't he do it?
I picked up
You
on that.
know,
You know, and
one more thing.
and once that happens, everybody, listen, is that who is it? Lionel Richie dancing in the streets, right? But here we have that next comment. Almost says, "What did Jones do today?" Um, I think he should be in New York preparing for convocation to come there. Um, and if
I think
anybody
I
knows,
mentioned. I think I mentioned. I think you had said something earlier. You said what something, and what Jones did today, and I was like, oh shoot, what did I miss? What did he do today? Because I know I just recently spoke to him, and he thought it was pretty funny.
oh, I'm not aware of anything. I knew about Mooresville, and
Oh, okay.
that
I
was
hadn't heard
very
about it.
ugly. That was a very, very ugly situation. But
Wow.
again, people, this is where we are. People are on edge.
Wow.
So when it comes to this, is why I stress the words peaceful and quietly, letting
Hmm.
the chairmans know, standing together, peaceful and quietly. You don't have to do
Hmm.
anything other than
Just
sit there.
watch.
If you're
Just
going to
watch.
go, if you're not comfortable, don't go. Just sit at home, make phone calls, text one another to build up the numbers of individual supporters that's against this, that's going to stand up and say, we need to clean this up. And all it takes
Mhm.
is that one meeting. Um, so, that in mind, again, for those of you, I For those of you who want that, you can email us. For those of you who already emailed us, don't worry about it. You haven't heard back from me yet, but for those of you who have not yet email us and letting us know. I can't remember the words that I used. Um, beyond beyond fed up, something like that. Um, but if you're ready to have that meeting, let us know by email. Um, Telling it says there's a document um, similar to this from 1960. Yes, we have several documents. Um, and this is why we're saying we know what we're talking about. The things that we don't know, we'll say, well, we got some information. We haven't confirmed it yet, but the information is blah, blah, blah. But if we have information to confirm something, then that's what we share. And these pieces of information are literally um, confirming and verifying each other, that we're looking at something that the leaders knew about the entire time. And they know, Mr. Cunningham knows that he's taking advantage of every single member in here. They know this. This is not made up. They know that. And so does Mr. Murray. Mr. Murray's in more than you all know, and I can't share, but he knows what I'm talking about. Um, but when all this stuff unfolds, same thing with Mr. Jones, um, then all of it will be over. All of it will be over. So that said, um, let me see. Okay,
My bad.
no problem. Um, Here we are. So telling it says around Guy, Carol Guy. Yeah, there was some activity around her. We don't want to get into that yet for reasons that I can't disclose. Um, so just stand by. And time wasted said at this point, if anyone is supporting his regime, in my Joe Clark voice, you deserve exactly what you get. Oh boy. Thank you. Time wasted. The movie, Lean on Me. The principal, Joe Clark, was sent to to this high school to clean up East Side High. Very, very, very powerful, powerful movie. I recommend it. It's the same thing that we're dealing with, right? Um, Lean on Me. Uh, and Morgan Freeman was the character, Joe Clark. Powerful, powerful movie. Thank you for that time wasted. Um, Golden Boy says, because this is the state that he stole the most from. Oh, talking about North Carolina. Okay. Um, and because according to another guest on our show, this is the state that had the most dummies. So this was where he was coming to establish houses of prayer. Many of
Absolutely.
them could not read. So an easy job for him to get done. Wow. I do
Yes.
remember something about him saying something about a bunch of dummies.
Yes. A caller shared that that is the reason why there was so many churches here that our grandfather built, is because this is where we had the most um, untaught um, black folk, to include my great grandfather. So, he could definitely add and subtract and write numbers, but to read, absolutely not.
Mm. That's unfortunate, but again, we're going to do everything that we can to right all of these wrongs. We can't get them all, but we'll try to get
Hmm.
as many as we can. Um,
Okay.
so the sooner we take care of this, the sooner we can get these things dealt with. Um,
Hmm.
that in mind, Free Mind says, I wonder if the IRS and FBI have agents undercover, infiltrating the House of Prayer. Very good question. Very, very good question. Um, and well, very good question. uh, Golden Boy says exactly how they stole Huntersville House of Prayer from my family. Wow. And again, these are easy fixes. I won't say
Yeah.
how, but these are
Yeah. We
all
can we can
easy.
talk about it later. It was just kind of a comment.
Yeah, I mean, for the entire organization, because this is where we were going. That resolution from the general counsel is exactly touching on things like this. So
Hmm.
when I say this is an easy fix, I'm saying legally, this is an easy fix. So members be on standby
Hmm.
because we're not just talking about North Carolina. All over the organization, there's a lot of things that these bishops have been doing that
Oh
you
yeah.
all do not
Cincinnati
know
with
about.
the Gibbs family. Absolutely.
I'm telling you. Um, and Sabrina, hello again, Sabrina. Good to see you. What are they doing with Freedom Drive? That's a good question as well. Um, all of the properties of the organization will be packaged neatly together, wrapped in a great big shiny red bow, and turned over to a small group of people. so that we can get ready to clean up everything in here.
So we do
Um,
still own Freedom Drive. I'm gonna have to
um,
look and see.
I'm not so sure, but
I
I
mean,
do
either,
know
but
that,
I'm gonna definitely look.
yeah, I do know that there's a lot of transactions that has been made. And again, you all need to understand that every single transaction that these bishops have made has been illegal. We didn't know it before, but we know it
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
now. So that should alert
Mm-hmm.
you to the fact that there is a long list of
Mm-hmm.
things that they're going to have to answer to. And the council and the General Assembly secretaries and the staff at Portal Drive, there's so much
Mm-hmm.
coming their way. Um,
No, say it ain't so.
oh my gosh. Um, and with that in mind, um, Pam, pay the piper. Boy says, Pam, pay the piper. And um, Man on Mars, it's sad how these churches take advantage of uneducated people. Uh, Golden Boy says, I wonder if we still own Freedom Drive. Um, Again, with all the properties, and yeah, you're right. It is a shame how many places, not just religious institutions, but many take advantage of people that don't know. We have them all over the place, all around the world. And if you're an easy target, people are going to be lined up to come at you. With that said, um, I wonder if we're still on Freedom Drive. All of these properties that things have been done to or with, again, don't worry about all of these things. These things will come up again. And so we can't say but so much, but um, just jot down things that y'all remember today so that you don't forget tomorrow. And when it's time, then bring these things forward. And you're going to know when it's time. Um, as Corrine says, the Lord's tell the members, uh, tell the members to, so they will stop giving them money. And it's not so much as uneducated people as it is people that are indoctrinated. And this is
Ooh, great point.
completely accurate and correct.
Mm-hmm.
The people who are indoctrinated. Again, I don't know how many people that I've talked to who are no longer here. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful lives, period. Because their blessings are intended to take care of and provide for them. So when all these people keep hearing, well, you bless, 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 you'll be blessed. Well, you're taking your blessing and giving it to someone who's stealing and lying, and then telling you to put your trust in the Father whenever you're in need after they've taken all of your money and walked out the door. Here's a suggestion. How about you tell him to put his trust in the Father and the Creator while taking all the money that he's hoarded and do something to help people with? Remember, we talked about the rich young ruler. The Messiah himself told him, take all that stuff, take your things, sell all that you have, and give it to the poor. And come and follow me. Then you'll have a seat. Then you'll have a seat. You'll be with me in my kingdom. He said, if you would be perfect. Now, with that in mind, if he said that to him, well, what about today? Am I a holy anointed manservant, if everything I do is to get you to give me money and to tell you I can't go to him in prayer if you don't have nothing on the books. There's so many things in the scripture that goes against this teaching. Once our members understand that we have been indoctrinated, then we will stop. And the easiest way to learn that we've been indoctrinated is to just look at what the word says. If anybody teaches anything that goes directly against the word, then they can't be truly a servant of the Most High. The Son said, "He that gathereth not with me scatters abroad." Well, if you're gathering with him, you're going to teach what he taught. He didn't teach the disciples to take and hoard money. He didn't teach that at all. And the word teaches also against seeking to be rich. And he said, "How hardly shall a rich man enter to the kingdom of heaven." So all of these things that we're hearing from these leaders, it literally goes against the scripture that even I did not stop to think about. I would listen, I would hear, and I said, but I would pray and leave it in his hands. But he knew that I was seeking him, and that's why I had the interaction that I had. So, yes, indoctrination has everything to do with why these people are giving and giving and giving and giving their money, thinking that something's going to happen to them if they don't. No, try it for yourself. Look at us. Look at us. We give, but we don't give to places of worship. We give to people in need. And I'm not going to go into detail about what we give, how much we give, but we give.
Come on.
Right? It's not about, you know, um, getting recognition. You know, the entire awards announcement weekend, you know, that's all about recognition. And we're not supposed to be working so that we can run down the aisle with red carpet, but it takes you $5,000 to walk down that red carpet. What did that red carpet do to help you put food on your table? Anyway,
I'm telling you, I was about to ask, like, what did you get out of, like, what else did you get other than just walking on some carpet and waving, feeling what the bishop feels, So,
right. And unfortunately, it's just a feeling, right? People are literally being taken advantage of because, they know that you're chasing a feeling to feel good. It's just more manipulation. And I was caught up in it as well. Um, so telling it says so many people that we congregate with have access to properties and money while smiling in our faces. These are fact. I looked up some of these properties and found so many members that live in them. Um, yeah, show us what you're talking about. Telling it, send to our email so that we can see what you're talking about. I would love to see what you're talking about. Um, and I'll correspond with you from there. Now I'm curious. Um,
both of us,
yeah. um,
you
I
know, we'll look into it.
yeah, I know of one, and maybe a few others I haven't said anything about. Um, and it's interesting. I'll say that because I'm still waiting on some things, but it's very, very interesting how these things are set up. But let us know. The lives of him and her members don't get caught up in the bands and choirs. Take time to sit down, listen, and observe. We have 2 ears to hear and 2 eyes to see. Pay attention and follow the brown paper bags. Absolutely. And if you do that, then you will understand, what's going on right in front of your very eyes. It's all about the money. It's like Jerry Maguire, you know, show me the money. right? And that's what they're doing. Um, Man on Mars, at Kareen, I completely understand what you're saying, and I feel so bad for the people that was born into this. Um, yeah, but again, the good news is they're coming out. So this is all exciting. Golden Boy says, "Oh, Brother Noah, you're just here talking. Say it ain't so." Yeah, that was about the fact that we have one thing left. 5.5 months, we've been able to accomplish what we've accomplished. It's not our doing. We can't take credit for that. Uh, Man on Mars, the members I attended the UHOP with was educated and nothing but good to me, right? A lot of educated members in here. And indoctrination can take anybody, doctors, lawyers, and intellectuals. Anybody can be indoctrinated. Look at how many people are in other places of indoctrination, right? Brilliant minds, but indoctrinated. Um, Old Boy says, commanded that, agreeing with man on Mars, and many, many, many great, loving House of Prayer members. Absolutely. Telling it, says UHOP, Rock Apostolic Faith. Golden Boy has shared with us that uh, Mr. Jones believes that this is funny, as do others, not really believing what it is that we're doing, which is fine. Time will tell, right? Mr. Cunningham has been the foreign asset controller since 1999, telling it says. Um, we got to be careful with that. Some documents don't have the same information on it as other documents. So when looking at some documents, make sure you compare your documents because sometimes names were just used haphazardly, right? They just didn't care. They just put a name. That's going to come back to bite. Um, right. But yes, his name has been used um, for quite some time. And with that in mind, um, he's been a part of all of this for many, many years. So this is why he is where he is now, because he worked his way there by doing things that the members don't know anything about.
I was about to say it suggests something.
Uh huh.
No, I was just saying that
Oh yeah.
suggests something. If what they're saying is true, then that suggests something.
Right.
Even if it's not true and they've been using his name, it still suggests something, you know.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Um, Miss Corinne says, I don't regret being born into the house of prayer. That puts me in a position today where I can be understanding on both sides and be a great help to those that are still indoctrinated as we learn the truth. Absolutely. Um, I know that all these things happen for a reason, right? No matter where we are, no matter what we have been involved in, everything happens for a reason. We can either um, grow through it or learn from it, right? So the purpose with us coming through the organization, we now see a greater purpose today as we look back. So it took us to jump in with both feet and get engulfed with everything so that we can come out and unfold everything that we've learned and pick it apart, because it would have been impossible for us to do what we're doing if we did not know all of the intricate details within and around the organization. And that's what I understand that the Father was doing. He used people that was inside, deeply rooted, understood this, that, and the, I can tell you the organization inside and out. Mr. Cunningham himself told the council twice, that Mr. Lewis knows that law better than all of us in here put together. Those are his words. I didn't hear it. It was reported to me on more than one occasion by more than one person who was there and heard him say it. Um, But Miss Frankie, um, Frank L says, thank you for the truth. Rather they want to receive it or not. Absolutely. Um, and as long as we keep receiving, then we can keep moving forward and progressing. Um, Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us this evening. Please hit the thumbs up, subscribe, and turn on your notification for future updates. We appreciate your support. Thank you again. Lives of him and her. Ms. Perrine, I'm a firm believer that everything happens good, absolutely, 100%. Um, and Man on Mars at Miss Kareen, yes, and I was a proud member as well, and the UHOP shaped me into a better person. But as I got older, the theology disturbed my soul. I love the choirs and bands, yes, and uh, absolutely, Man on Mars. But there is no theology in the House of Prayer. It's all false doctrine. There's no theology. Well, I mean, if it is, then it's false, right? But as Corinne says, and knowing the type of person that I am as well as others is why we will put in a place where we can be used for the good today. And at Man on Mars, it's very important, coming from Miss Corinne, it's very important for those of us who our fathers opened our eyes to show us the truth, not to leave the house of prayer, so you can help end the corruption and have the 501c3 function the way it should. And that's another very valid point, that we can't help the people in the organization by leaving the people in the organization. You have to help the people in the organization by remaining, so that when the help does arrive and you've cleaned it up, not only can you continue to help the members in the organization, but now you're available and able and capable of helping people that are not members of the organization. But we can never, ever be of help or assistance to anyone by seeing the problem and then leaving it. You know what? Let them take care of it. That's that's not going to benefit anyone other than maybe yourself. For those individuals that have left and are not back, I get it. Everybody does what they do for their own reasons. And I'm not making a blanket statement saying everybody who's left, shame on you. No, 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 no. Everybody has their own choices and decisions to make in life. You must do what's best for you and your sanity. Even I left. My reasons for coming back was for someone who our father put in my life, and that's my current wife. I came back to introduce her to the organization. I didn't know what he was doing, but he knew what he was doing. And now I'm grateful because I see now what we're doing, and it's all to his glory. Um, so, otherwise, it says Luciana Turner asks on TikTok, what is the atonement? That was the teaching. Um, Mr. Cunningham has made up this slogan for the convocation season. It says this is the year of atonement. But what they do is they take things out of the scripture and come up with slogans to keep the people doing, right? To give the people the idea that, well, I am what I am. And even he said in one of the stops, I know who I am and I know whose I am, whether you believe it or not. Well, he's continuously selling these lies to the members to try to keep pushing um, the idea that he is representing the Most High, but he knows he's not. But he can't just come out and say it. He's got to get the people and try to keep the people believing in him, because that's what keeps the money coming in. And his back is literally against the wall. Um, uh, Thank you for that. Anyone who would like to share their testimony with Brother Lewis and Sister Lewis, please send it by email. We stand for right 2024 at gmail.com. All information will be kept confidential. Absolutely. I forgot to mention that earlier. Thank you again, the lives of him and her, for reiterating that we're not going to share with anyone. We keep all information to ourselves, and even tell people if you hear it, something that you share with in confidence or in confidentiality. Um, if you hear it from someone else, it's because you told someone else. Because I'm not going to tell other people unless you ask, and you ask me to. But Golden Boy, and thank you again, Lives of Him and Her. Golden Boy says, demonstrated, also known as acted out. Done did. Said our president just recently got hemmed up in Discovery and watching now. And this goes back to the comment about the reason why we're still here is because Mr. Cunningham is not giving in. Mr. Cunningham is fighting what we're trying to do. He's fighting the cleanup. He's fighting the process. So we're still going through this because he's not throwing the towel in. And forget what y'all think, whatever. We've released all kinds of information. That man not giving in.
Yes,
He's gonna
but
stand there
guess
and
what?
to the tooth. Huh?
Apparently, well, the word on the street is that a certain organization closed and may have seized some funds from the president. I mean, from our current commander in chief, um, because of money laundering.
Well,
And so I'm just, it's, if that's true, or for whatever the reason is, if a bank is willing to do that to the most powerful person in the world, then why isn't it feasible that that could happen to a house of prayer account, or that an outside agency would be interested in something that's going on here? Or that someone would even have filed a complaint, that members should take seriously.
yeah, we know that there's many venues where individuals, you know, they allow people to use their services for laundering. Um, and just like this organization, they don't think they'll get caught, right? A lot of large corporations, they say, well, we're too big to get caught. We're too big for anybody to do anything to. We're too big for this. We're too big for that. And unfortunately, many people are afraid to go up against those size corporations. But when you don't have nothing to lose, when you don't have nothing to fear, when you have, um, your trust in above and not in people below, then you do what you're going to do and see where it lands. We're grateful because we're able to see that uh, we've been getting assistance from above. And not because we deserve it, not because we're special, not because we're so significant, but simply because we're doing something that's right. And when you're doing something that's right, standing up for right, well, you can expect to have some help um, from above. And we're grateful for that. When it comes to anyone who's in positions, well, yeah, we should hold them accountable. And we hope that the information that is coming forward not only can be proven to be true, but if those individuals are not guilty, if they're innocent, then we hope that they don't stick, and we hope that they're not able to be proven guilty. And that's exactly how the law is supposed to work. Anybody is guilty until proved. I'm sorry. Anybody is innocent until proven guilty, no matter who you are, no matter what the accusation. But we have evidence that proves the things that we're saying. So we're grateful. Luciana Turner says, Golden Boy says they already celebrated 100 back in 2019. They celebrated the incorporation, 100 years being incorporated. if I'm not mistaken. Um, the incorporation, but um, the convocation season did not start until uh,
I think 1926.
yes, I'm trying to remember what that 100-year celebration was for. I think that's the incorporation. And I remember that because we were, of course, a part of it. Um, but the convocation season is what they're celebrating today, 100 years
Mhm.
of convocation, right? Two different
Right.
things. And it can be confusing. Um, but thank you for that. And thank you, Golden Boy, also. Um, B. Mevdeman says, truth and facts. My sister in law, bless her heart, sacrificed and gave her money. She would have spent on medication because she thought she'd be healed. Well, she's no longer here with us. And unfortunately, that's the case with a lot of people who give their money, give their money, give their money, hoping for healings. And this is why the government is so adamant about going after these people because you're selling false hope. And not only are you causing hurt and harm, but many times this is has even caused life to be lost. Um, so this is where we are. And we've seen the same thing within this organization. People trusting and laying their lives on the line for false indoctrination. Um, and again, this is why we're doing what we're doing. Ms. Corrine, the leaders probably paid for a member to get their real estate license so that they could use them the same as they did Mickey Bailey paid for her to go to law school. Exactly. They pay for people to do a lot of things so they can use those people. It's just like Mr. Um, Cunningham. Uh, his son, I believe, it was said that Mr. Bailey paid for him to go to culinary school to become a cook. And now he's inside of Paradise Cafeteria as the manager, right? These things are not legal. These things. So there's so many things that's going to fall out later because what we're seeing is a pattern of decisions being made to do something without even checking to see if this decision is legal, if I'm allowed to do this, right? Um, Telling it says I didn't text. Take the comment. um, and Golden Boy, Luciano Turner. I remember that they were paycheck rallies. I was on the youth council with you when you were youth pastor in Camden. I
So
thought
these are
that
two
was
comment. Okay, yeah, but these are two separate comments that she wrote. I just put them into one message, but I just wanted to point that out. That it's two separate comments that she put in there. I wasn't sure if she was talking about you or Miss Corrine. So
okay. Yeah, I was wondering, um, Sister Turner from Philadelphia. Um, while I was in Philly, I had served as a youth pastor in Camden, New Jersey, for a while. And this is when Apostle Douglas was the pastor. And this is why I say these pastors, a lot of them don't know what's going on. I'm sure Apostle Douglas had no idea what was going on. I really looked up to him. Um, I mean, he was just a jovial pastor, got along with everybody, cared for everybody, did whatever he could for anybody. Um, and everybody loved him because he was just genuinely real, period, down to earth. And I know that he had no idea what's going on. Um, so when it comes to today, however, I understand he's not pastoring right now. Um, but to have all of this information and to know what's going on because of the information, to go into the General Assembly and not stand up, it takes a lot, but the law says you're supposed to. And so I just wanted to share that tidbit about Camden because I really do um, look back quite often at my time spent in Camden. And we have a lot of fond memories there with him, the assistant pastor, and Elder Smith, um, the assistant pastor there, and the deacon that was there as well. I had a lot. I looked up to him, Deacon Simpson. Um, Very, very comical man. But anyway, my point is, Sister Turner, I thought perhaps, so it's good to see you. And thank you for bringing us back to my remembrance on the youth council when we were there in Camden together. Um, Glad that you're here. Email me also more of this information about this paycheck rally. I remember a little bit about it, but I never took part in that. Um, Golden Boy says which one, and Golden Boy says bringing clarity today um, to these things going on, and this is what we hope to do. Right, coming back, um, telling it said I didn't text the comment. What be this weird?
Yeah, we didn't see that comment in the in the chat. I don't think I've we didn't see it. So I don't know. I think telling it you may have saw it on your end, but it was not in our chat.
Oh, okay. um, and Ms. Karina says at Luciana, I lost touch with you because I'm no longer on Facebook. So correct me if I'm wrong. Um, were you also in Camden? No, you were in Philly for a little while, Ms. Karine. Gianna says, I think Madison used trustee first in his title. Um, well, we do have documents, and it shows Mr. McCullough uh, using trustee, um, but there's another title called sole trustee, and that's the question that we had asked about earlier. I can go back and find this out, and we'll hopefully have this to present in part two. Um, Malachi says, talk about what Apostle White said. He had just shared some things in regards to not giving praises, as much praises to Mr. Cunningham. There's a reason for that, which I'm not all the way certain. We don't have a lot of details on it, but we do have the recording just to show people the state of affairs taking place in the organization right now around the
Do you want to
organization.
play it?
Uh, no, actually, we're
Okay, okay. All right, cool, cool, cool. All right, cool. Okay, just
and
making sure.
yeah, try and get through the rest of the comments. But yes, we can have it lined up for the next fellowship.
Yeah, it's already ready to go for when you're ready for it. So
All right, that'll work. Appreciate you. Um, and Miss Mintz says that Jesus is the absolute best thing that ever happened to me, um, and showing how coming out of indoctrination, no longer trusting in these men, looking at our Savior, the Messiah, um, Yahusha, the son of Mary, and the blessing of coming out of the beliefs in these men and putting our trust in the Most High and His darling Son who laid down His life for us. That's where it's at. And this is what she's saying. Gratefully, all of us should be saying the exact same thing, to be giving Him our attention and not these men. Um, Telling it says, how are you going to give God everything when God is giving you everything? Make it make sense. Well, they literally mean everything. And when they say give him everything, they know that the people are going to equate that to mean giving him everything, which is why another reason why Mr. Cunningham said he's the little g, right? They want you to see him as the Father. Um, this Mrs. Daddy was the worst thing that ever happened to me, right? And a lot of people are saying these things as well. I'm saying I'm grateful because had I not gone through the house of prayer the way I did and being indoctrinated the way I was and learning as much as I did, I would not have known what I know in order to pick it apart and share with you all why they do what they do in the organization. So I understand what you're saying, and I get it, and a lot of people feel the same way. What I'm saying is, however, that there was a purpose for our journeying through the organization for those who's now detaching from the false doctrines. Telling it, choirs pay for the musicians to travel. Um, yeah, choirs um, are constantly paying money. So are the bands. And it's unfortunate because it's just more money, more money, more money, more money. Helen says, stepping away has been the best and one of the hardest things I've ever done. But I'm so grateful to our Father for the change. Yes, that's very honest right there. One of the best things and one of the hardest things is one of the most accurate and fitting ways of describing this process. The best thing and the most difficult thing perfectly sums it up. Um, some people like hearing you explain why it's taking so long. Thank you. But it's true. We don't really understand the scope of everything that's going on. But at the end of the day, the one thing that we all need to understand is because the leaders are fighting what's right. They're fighting the laws of the land. They're fighting what we are exposing. They're using all of their resources, they're using their time. We now have organization wide slogans on t shirts that came from Mr. Cunningham talking in a speech about people ignoring what we're saying on YouTube. And while he's talking about what we're talking about on YouTube, he's telling you got to push past that, push past the noise. That became a t shirt. It's on now uh, carrier bags and totes and cups. It's on badges. It's on book bags. Um, there's another one, these little tiny slogans um, that he came up with while talking about what we're doing. It's now organization wide. Another one he came up with, we know what we're doing. People trying to tear down the house of prayer and trying to reinvent things and doing what they think is best using their own uh, uh, something book knowledge. He said, and it's on the tip of my tongue. And I have the recording. But my point is that when he said that, he said, we we don't do this because we have to. We get to do this. That became a slogan. We get to do this. So all these things that he's using are basically slogans that he used as a result of us trying to expose what they're doing wrong. And this is why it's taken so long because people believing his rhetoric, the things that he's saying. Um, and I didn't show that. Some people like hearing you explain why it's taken so long. That was by telling it. Um, Ms. Green says, what I don't understand is a member that say that they love the United House of Prayer, but they don't care to hear about what's going on with what they choose to be involved in. Right. I love it, but I don't want to hear nothing about nothing. Right. And that goes back to what Miss Cunningham said, Mrs. Cunningham. I don't want to hear nothing about nothing. That's just her way of trying to tell people to don't listen to what we're telling you all. And for that comment, for what she did on that day in Huntersville, it's not good. It's going to come up again. Uh, just because telling it says they have they're having a parade in dirty streets of New York doesn't mean nothing's changing. Um, once once they accept you back, please don't eat from anyone. I mean it. Don't. Remember the man how who had eaten glass. Um, and I think telling it is talking about after the cleanup, not to eat from anyone. Um, but they're not just watching, they're asking questions. Yes, the leaders are watching and they're asking everybody. They're they're literally on this, like my grandfather used to say, white on rice. They're paying attention to everything, trying to find out as much information as they can. Um, and thank you for telling it. We appreciate you. Uh, Ms. Kareem says, yes, just one more thing left. We have one more thing left. Jeria says, Don Lemon. And yes, Don Lemon. I believe um, Golden Boy has done some things and reached out with a few people. And as he said, there's some interest coming from people outside the organization looking at these things. So it's caused a lot of leadway, a lot of traffic, and a lot of stuff is going on that y'all don't know about yet, but you will. Uh, Telling it says, I'm sure someone will post a video. Yes, they will. Um, and they pick and choose when to call on the law. Yes, they do, because they don't want their stuff to be coming out, right? Um, Lena Dancy says, remember the story of David and Goliath. Uh, Coincidentally enough, Mr. Rodney, pastor of Huntersville, he used that same story as he gave a speech in Charlotte, um, talking about how David only needed one stone to drop the giant. Um, in that speech, it was understood by many that I'm the giant, I'm Goliath, that the organization, Mr. Cunningham or whoever, needs to get a stone to slay. This is amusing to me because I'm not the giant at all.
Hmm. Exactly. I mean, you're one person against this huge conglomerate. And so I was just curious. I mean, I know that the members went, many of them for, well, I don't know, because I mean, it seemed like a lot of them were just listening rather than taking the bait. But at the same time, it just doesn't make sense for little old Brother Lewis to be this big old huge Goli- Goliath. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. I just felt like he preached the word backwards. Like he meant really what he was acknowledging was that maybe you're David and they are the Goliath, but he knew that he could flip it on the people and still get some to just rally behind him. Whereas others might not rally so much, but they wouldn't really say much.
Yes, I'm sure you're right. I really do believe you're right. There was another speaker up north who pretty much did the same thing, and um, they equated the same thing, what we're doing to be this great, big, massive, whatever. And Mr. Cunningham or the members of the House of Prayer, It's this thing where they're pushing through the organization. It's us versus them, and they're doing it to, like you said, try to get points from the people in the audience. Yeah, that's right. That's But what it's really doing is causing division because you're driving a stake in between the members of the organization. This is not us versus them. This is the members not realizing that the leaders have been using the members, and they've been using the pastors in order to manipulate, and deceive the members in order to take money out of the members' pocket. So, what Mr. Cunningham, is doing is using the pastors to continue to push this narrative for the members to continue to trust in him so that he can continue taking money out of their pocket. That's where we are. But we're coming to a close. Um, Welcome to all our TikTok viewers. We appreciate you. Um, and B. Mevdeman, pastor's doing great things. He looks good to me right from the couch. Yeah, we're getting quite a bit accomplished. You're not seeing us as often. You're not seeing myself. You haven't seen Maria. She's constantly tied down doing what she does. Miss Mintz and Golden Boy, you're not seeing them as often. You're not hearing from the lives of him and her and Miss Kareen as often. Um, you're not hearing from N B and then C. I'm trying to remember as often because there's things being done, and we're really, really trying as hard as we can to quickly get this wrapped up. But things come up, and we keep discovering even more things. Grateful because if we missed it, that would have been a problem. So we know that he's allowing us to see what we haven't seen before. He's allowing us to find what we didn't find before. So I don't want to give the impression that this amount of time is because, well, we can't do what we need to do. This amount of time he's using to allow us, the Most High, he's letting us, things are dropping right into our lap. So, and it's things that's necessary. There's a few others in the background that y'all don't see. And things are getting accomplished. And we want to leave you with this understanding. Thank you, B. Mevdeman, because this is tiring. Y'all don't know. A lot of times this is why y'all here. Golden Boy falling asleep, Miss Mintz, sometimes dozing. It's a lot of work. Miss Kareen, back and forth, the lives of him and her. This is a lot of work, right? Again, not getting anything out of it except the pleasure of doing what we need to do to bring this information to make you all aware of what's going on. So we're grateful for all of the support and for your commenting as well. Thank you again, B. Mevdeman. I found most of my, telling it says, information 25 years ago. I was a member of a financial institution. This allowed me to research corporations such as the House of Prayer. Researched the House of Prayer on Dun and Brad. Wow, okay. That's impressive. Any of that research, like I said, shoot it to us by email, and let's see what we can do with it. Luciana says, yes, they did. I guess we have two. And Luciana says yes, and confirming that yes, he was a good man. Talking about, I believe, Apostle Douglas, the pastor there of Camden, New Jersey. Um, excellent, 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 excellent young man. And the assistant that was there, um, St. Elder Smith. Um, they made a heck of a team, him and Elder Smith. Uh, as Kareem says, because not use their they're showing not use their own money to pay for these people to go to school. They're surely right, not using their own money, right? They're using the money of the organization, um, and they don't care, right? Because this money is not their money; it's not coming out of their pocket, and that's exactly what Ms. Karina is pointing out. Um, and she says, "I was in West Philly, and then before I left, I was in Germantown." Okay, so I was making sure in regards to Camden, but we thank you for your experiences. We thank you for sharing what you know from those experiences. We thank you as well, Sister Turner. Um, all of you who've been reaching out, commenting, and taking part and participating. Um, Want to thank the lives of him and her assisting us tonight, Golden Boy for joining in with us tonight. For Miss Mintz also who jumped on for a bit. We know that she had to go. She has a eventful morning with her work week, especially on Mondays, getting back in the saddle. We thank you all for hanging out with us, and now it's going on 1 o'clock. We intended to go through this as quickly as possible, but this is a lot of information, and our hope is that you're understanding it. As long as you understand it, then that's the best thing for us because you're able to see what not only is taking place, but why it's important for us to do what we need to do to finish what we started and get this leadership removed. So we thank you all. We hope that you all enjoyed as much as we did. We look forward to the next time. And until next time, have a beautiful and a restful and peaceful sleep. We hope that you all wake up to see another marvelously beautiful day in the morning and that we see you in the next video. Until that time, take care, everybody. Hopefully, see you again soon. Bye bye. Oh, it's a 60-second clip. Yeah, I'm glad I caught that. But sure, go ahead. Um, I haven't had anything to eat. I'm gonna tiptoe on over here so I can grab a bite. In the meantime,
As Nolan Wells case, a lot of people taking a closer look at other deaths.
yep, go ahead. I haven't even seen this yet.
As Nolan Wells case is a lot of people taking a closer look at other deaths where families say the investigation left important questions unanswered. One of those cases is 16-year-old Juliana Umba Nzita. Now, in her story, it's not the same case as Nolan Wells. There's no evidence that they are connected. However, a new investigation by the Charlotte Observer is raising questions about how Juliana's death was investigated. Now, Juliana was found dead in a North Charlotte churchyard. This was back in early May. 3 days later, her death was ruled a suicide. And then 4 days after that, the case was closed. Now the Observer is reporting that investigators did not perform an autopsy, never recovered Juliana's cell phone, and did not interview the man who found her body. Now, Juliana's family is asking for the investigation to be reopened, saying critical questions remain unanswered. I break all of that down in today's Lucky Lemon 7 newsletter on Substack. Check it out. The link is in bio.
Wow, that's extremely impressive. Okay, so there it is, everybody. Um, I am
And
thoroughly
just so you know, it's not just him. There's another huge platform too. on the Young Turks, TYT. They're covering it as well. The only thing is on that platform, they said that the United House of Prayer was actively seeking answers with the family about what took place. And we know that that's not true because they haven't responded to anything. I think they were just kind of trying to, assume that a religious organization was trying to do the right thing, rather than that actually being truth. So,
Yeah, they probably wanted to protect themselves as well. But yeah,
yeah.
this is huge. That's huge,
Hmm.
extremely huge. I'm thoroughly
Absolutely.
impressed. I'm glad to see that um, that news did not get swept under the carpet, and that
Absolutely.
it's beginning to get the attention that it truly deserves. Hopefully, we will be able to conclude with factual information, and the family and loved ones of the young lady will be able to get the answers that they're seeking. Um,
Absolutely.
and we'll see if it has anything to do with the organization. We'll see.
Right.
So that said, thank you for sharing that. And we'll be following up with
Absolutely.
more, and we'll be following this story. I'm sure Golden Boy and Miss Smith is going to be on top of it. And as soon as we can, we'll be bringing you all more information pertaining to whatever it is that's going on with us as we get to do what we're doing, trying to get this one last thing. So, with that in mind,
Mhm.
enjoy your week coming up. If you don't hear from us, it's not because we're not busy, it's because we are busy. So, just hang in there. We're trying to not only get this wrapped up, but as soon as we do, you all are going to be floored. So, with that said, enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a wonderful, wonderful night, and we'll see you in the next video.
All right. Good night.